their mid-career. Okay, so we go to the next slide. Now about your expertise, yeah? How much do you know about this topic? Topic here being sexual reproductive health and rights. So for those of us who've joined, we are on menti.com. Please log into menti.com, the website right at the top, menti.com, and then key in the code 86296865. So we have experts. Most of us are experts. Others are modest. I understand many ladies usually downplay their experience. So this is not the time to be modest if you're, yeah. Oh, the experts are becoming fewer. So we have those who are saying a little, but majority of us are pretty comfortable with the topic, and I am so glad that none of us says that they have absolutely no idea about this topic. This topic here is Srhr. Okay, so if you've joined, menti.com is the website we are on, and the code is right there at the top of the slide. I think the last one, so this is open-ended in terms of typing out what do you hope to get out of this meeting. So a short phrase or sentence would work. What's your expectation as you're gathered here? So menti.com, and then the code is right at the top of the slide. So there's someone who says they would love to network and learn even more. So move from a lot to expert. Oh, someone needs to renew their energy, or to have everyone else have renewed energy. Someone wants succinct and actionable way forward. There's a lot of interactions, sharing experiences, looking at emerging trends, getting new knowledge, raising the debate beyond this room to an action research, sharing experiences on Srhr services. There's a way you can scroll down the slide. So I see more. Yes, thank you. Collective action points. So there's a lot of drive towards getting action out of this. There's a lot of networking. Oh, there's someone who says, let's be truthful and bold in terms of the discussions we're going to have today. Yeah, and we'll go back to this slide once we are done to see whether we've met those expectations. We have researchers looking at gaps, if there are any gaps in this. Oh, we have someone who's very keen on menopausal women. I'm also keen on that. I am in that space. I love that bottom one. There's someone who wants to learn how everyone is coping with the current affairs on Srhr. And I think that's pertinent given the geopolitics that we're experiencing. There is a need for a plan to move this evidence into policy. We have someone who's said they're new in this space and they're honored to be here. Thank you so much. And they are learning a lot as they go on. Do we have any more responses? You can do more than one, so this is open-ended. What next for the boy child? I love that. Crispin, are you the one who wrote that? Okay. But that's very, very, very important. An intersection of care and Srhr. Then fight for the rights of women. And what next for the boy? Awareness, then it will be your lower left quadrant that will have. Okay, so they're pretty much playing within the half-half space. meaning that we do have some semblance of awareness within those sectors, and we do have some semblance of policy. It's interesting that none of them is rating anywhere highly, yeah? Okay. As I said, this is not hard science. This is more of what the audience feels based on their experience, so there's a lot of bias in it. But I'm seeing almost everything is clustering in the middle. Okay, and the last one. I do hope that's the last one before we go. Yeah, after this, I will invite Evelyn. So this is about rating the statements that are there. I'll read out for you, but they should be on your screen. From strongly disagree to strongly agreeing. 1, Srhr policies in Kenya, we have effectively addressed the needs of all populations, including youth and marginalized people. So if you strongly agree, it will be right at your extreme right. If you disagree, it will be on your left. And then you can do, the rating in between. The second statement is the reduction or restriction of US government funding significantly impacts access to Srhr services in Kenya. If you strongly agree, move your cursor to the extreme right, and if you disagree, move it to the left. And last but not least, that when we have research on Srhr here in Kenya, it will directly influence policy and program implementation. That the more we generate evidence, the more we have data that we can give our policy makers to influence in terms of their programming. If you agree, true, that that's the state of affairs in Kenya. If you disagree, then you take it back. Good. So thank you so much. I hope we have judged ourselves in where we feel the mood of the room is. So we have a number of our members who are from non-profit. Is government here yet? Anyone from government? Because that's what we didn't have. Anyone from private sector? We also didn't have that. Oh, good. That's Dr. Liz, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, so we have private sector finally. Yeah, but I'm really grateful that you've made it. My name is Amakove Wala. I'll be your moderator for the day. The data that we've just shared will be very, very critical in terms of guiding the conversation. I hope you're aware and you're in the right room that you're in this meeting. Invited by Icrw, and I'll invite Evelyn to officially welcome us. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a pleasure and an honor to welcome you all to this dialogue that's looking at the progress that we've made, the challenges and the emerging evidence gaps on sexual reproductive health and rights in Kenya. Your presence here today reflects your shared commitment to advancing sexual reproductive health and rights. And this is a mission that is both urgent as well as complex. Today we know that sexual reproductive health and rights and gender rights are under intense and unprecedented attacks. And these attacks are fueled by misinformation and disinformation. And at such a time, evidence-backed interventions are our most potent defense. We know that evidence-backed interventions not only save lives, but they also uphold policy integrity. And they also give communities the tools that they need in order to push back on regressive narratives that we are seeing at the community level. Now, Icrw, the International Center for Research on Women, was founded in 1976 on the recognition that men were disproportionately benefiting from international development efforts, and that was to the detriment of all societies. Nearly 5 decades later, we recognize that we have made some strides, but we have not made enough. We have not made enough progress. And right now, sexual reproductive health and rights and gender are under attacks, more attack than we have seen in so many years. Icrw Africa was established in 2011. And for our entire operation, we have championed transformative change through a very intersectional approach. Our work integrates sexual reproductive health and rights and women economic empowerment, while we boldly address social norms and power dynamics. And all of these are grounded on human rights, gender equity, and women's empowerment. In Kenya today, we know that the Constitution guarantees the right to the highest attainable standard of health, including comprehensive reproductive health care. And that's something that's very unique to our Constitution. But whereas we have such strong constitutional guarantees, the implementation of that remains a major challenge. And we know that the reality on the ground is far from what is in the papers in our Constitution. We do know that right from adolescents, they are having so many challenges. And we will hear some of that today. Adolescents are unable to access sexual reproductive health services or even information. We know that issues around consent, capacity to consent, remain a major challenge. And we have seen that our policies have actually regressed in the last few years. We also know that older women, older adults, are missing from programs, from SRH programs, and even interventions. And we will be having our experts speaking to that. And you have seen what was put there. Topics such as menopause are very important to a lot of us, and yet those are not captured in our government or national interventions. So this underscores the systemic neglect of sexual reproductive health and rights across all stages of life. And this demands urgent action from a very rights-based response. But sexual reproductive health rights is not just any other health issue. It exists at the confluence of very deeply held beliefs, traditions, and policy frameworks. It also reflects power dynamics that are more intricate than those found in any other health sector. This forces shape how we perceive, approach, and act on sexual reproductive health rights. And this requires very nuanced and context-specific response, as are the challenges. Now, Icrw Africa remains steadfast in its commitment to equitable and inclusive research. We are guided by the principles of non-extractive research and our deep commitment to community engagement, which is grounded on the lived realities of the people that we serve. In an era of constrained development funding and intensified global attacks on gender, local ownership of research agenda has never been more critical. And it's this commitment that drove Icrw Africa to undertake a comprehensive study to develop a research agenda that addresses the emerging and persistent sexual reproductive health rights challenges across East Africa. And my colleague Chima will be speaking about that. Our discussion today is deliberately framed from a very intersectional lens, because we acknowledge that reproductive justice is inextricably linked to issues such as poverty, such as climate, such as cultural norms, gender, disability, and many other issues. Because our challenges are complex and multi-layered, so too must be our solutions. In conclusion, I want to invite each one of you to join us in this very open exchange of ideas, to challenge, to share insights, and also to collaborate in charting a path forward. Today's goal is very clear. We will be presenting our findings on the evidence gaps, but we will also be forging actionable recommendations that will help us address the SRHR gaps that we see in policy as well as in programs. So I want to really thank you for your time, for your expertise, and for your dedication. We don't take it for granted that you are able to join us this morning and that you will be spending with us half the day. We hope that this is not only beneficial to us as ICRW, but also for your organizations and for you as individuals. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Let the conversation begin.
Many thanks, Evelyn, and I forgot to introduce you. So allow me to do that in, So Evelyn Opondo, she, her, in as much as USG said male, female. She's the Africa Director at the International Center for Research on Women, where she provides leadership for ICRW strategies and mission in Africa. So you are listening to the big honcho, yeah? She's the Africa Director. She's a skilled strategist and human rights, reproductive health, and gender justice advocate with over 2 decades of practical experience working side by side with activists on the ground. She has in-depth knowledge of the civil society sector, human rights advocacy, organizational leadership, and strategic communications. Prior to joining this wonderful organization, she served as the Senior Regional Director for Africa at the Center for Reproductive Rights, based in Kenya. In this role, she was responsible for developing, communicating, and executing strategies, as well as mobilizing resources to ensure successful delivery and sustainability of the Center's mandate in Africa. Before joining the Center, she also served as the Africa Regional Policy Associate for IPAS, which is a global sexual and reproductive health and rights organization. Here she focused on regional norm building, working closely with the regional human rights mechanisms, and partnering with both government and non-governmental organizations across several African countries to contribute to health system strengthening and access to quality SRHR services for women. From 2004 to 2010, she worked for the Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya, that's FIDA, a premier women's rights organization where she advocated for a broad range of human rights, women's rights, and held a series of progressively responsible positions, leaving the organization in 2010 as the senior program officer. She began her career in 2001 as a state law officer in the Office of the Attorney General of Kenya. She has worked mostly with poor and vulnerable widows in the administration of estates, particularly the identification of assets and beneficiaries, litigation, and subsequent transfers of estates. Evelyn has written several opinion and issue-oriented articles, primarily on women's rights. She holds a bachelor's degree in law from Pune University, India, and a master's degree in gender and development from the University of Nairobi, Kenya. She is a board member of FP 2030 and the chairperson of the advisory board of the Reproductive Health Network, Kenya. She's also a member of Kenya's Family Planning Total Market Approach Implementation Task Force, an alumna of Women Lift Health, East Africa Leadership Journey. This is a program that provides the tools, mentorship, and coaching support to help expand the power and influence of women leaders in global health. She is also council member of the Council for Responsible Social Media. Wow, a very, very impressive CV. And Evelyn, thank you for being a very strong advocate of women's rights and for leading this organization. So without further ado, this is another long CV that has been abbreviated to, I think these are 3 paragraphs. But our speaker for the day, and I hope you do have programs on your desks. The QR code that's on your desk is not for choosing the menu for lunch, but it is for checking out the report. That's a 1-pager from Icrw, what we are going to dissect today. So on to the stage next is Professor Ann Beatrice Kihara. She is a professional in the discipline of obstetrics and gynecology. She is seasoned in leadership, teaching, research, clinical proficiency, curricular and program development, student supervision and mentorship, community development, and advocacy. She's also a pig farmer, which she shared with me just today morning. But we are focusing on the hat she's wearing today. Her leadership journey began with the Kenya Obstetrical and Gynecological Society, where she participated in legal bills development, professional clinical scope of practice for healthcare providers, policy formulation reviews, strategic planning, guideline development and SOP development, partnerships, networks, and collaboration with various donors, development partners, implementers, civil societies, and communities. She headed the Africa Federation of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and was instrumental in the strategic plan development, improving cohesion of member societies, South-to-South collaboration, formation of the community of practice in maternal health care, and conducting multi-country projects. She's currently actively engaged in addressing obstetric-based violence, that's OBV, with the Kenya Women Parliamentarians, that's KEWOPA, with whom we have successfully launched awareness campaigns, a hotline, and referral mechanisms, and that's from 2023 to date. She's also an executive director affiliated with the International Childbirth Initiative, ICI, that commenced in Figo and gives address to OBV. She has published, wait for this, how many papers do you think she's published? Over 100 scientific papers in peer-reviewed journals, so not the social media writing that I do, in peer-reviewed journals, and has written 2 scientific books. Her areas of interest are in women's health, and in this area, she focuses on leadership, adolescent and youth health, technology, and advocacy. Her Figo flagship area is postpartum hemorrhage, prevention, and management. Let's welcome on stage Professor Ann Beatrice Kihara.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I think you've had breakfast, so we should be up and alert. I actually was wondering whether that was my CV, but thank you very much. I really also want to acknowledge International Center for Research on Women, and particularly Evelyn, who's a good friend, for this invite. I wouldn't have missed it for anything, and also I really look forward to hearing from you. Which way are we going with the current dispensation and the landscape that we have in Kenya? And for me, I think I'll give you a few insights, what it looks like for me where I sit. So welcome. Turn to your neighbor. Next. Turn to your neighbor and say you will be taught on 3 R's or 4 R's. There are 4 or 5. So you might as well read them. We will be doing some reflections. We will address reality. We want to look at resistance, particularly in elements that speak to Srhr. Look at some research. I will not bore you with methodologies, but we must have evidence-based backing. And then I'm expecting all of us, when you leave that door this afternoon, you will roll on your voices and agency, because we need to act. I know the US directive came a few weeks ago, But I've been asking myself, how many of us have even raised a voice or written an article or written a blog on its implications? I recently came in from Ethiopia, and when they were speaking and telling me, oh, Anne, we have problems with family planning, we have problems with safe motherhood, I told them, listen, it starts from the home front. All those workers who've been disposed of at the moment have no homes. Their children will probably not get the education backing that they were used to. Their nannies will definitely go home. More importantly, basic needs. It is a crisis because it's going unmet. But we will continue that conversation at tea break. Let me come to the crux of what I was told to talk about, Srhr, progress and challenge. And I want us to be all on the same page and start with the young little baby girl that's born. And honestly, in my culture, a baby girl will get 4 ululations, a baby boy will get 5. It's the beginning of distinction. And I speak this very confidently as a twin with a twin brother. Yeah, so I had challenges from birth, trying to get my space in this arena as a young girl. And then you move on into early childhood. Early childhood development. I was speaking to Wala, and I was telling her, most of us leave that child to be brought up by the nanny, because where are you? At work. So some of the habits they pick up start from a very tender age, foundational age. Then you move to the pre-adolescent. And I want to focus here because I want you to recognize the adolescent is a change from childhood to adulthood. That transition phase. And the hallmark really is what happens at puberty. And here I'll be a little bit biased and lean towards the girl child, because when she starts menstruating, she's as good and ready to be a mother. FGM oftenly will happen just before or round about that time, and the next thing will be motherhood. For the boys, yes, you have your wet dreams and breaking of voices and growing in height, but it's not as significant as when the girl really now gets to her reproductive career. We'll speak to it. Pregnancy then follows. So women of reproductive age, starting from as young as 9 years, and we normally will say up to 45, but with assisted reproductive technology, we're really moving across the spectrum even to the age of 70, globally. So you can see the reproductive time period and whatever goes on with it. And then we come to what I call the golden years, where you're saying we're neglecting it. But really, it is true. The golden years is now from 50 going forward, but it doesn't just start with you stopping your periods. There's a period of climacteric, culminating in 1 year of absence of menstruation without any other intervention. A natural biological clock has closed. The ovaries have actually aged. So that's what Srhr looks at. It's the whole spectrum. And being African, I put a few images at the bottom so that you don't forget. In FIGO, we call it the well-woman wheel. So we've actually come up and recognized that there is changes that are happening from nutrition. And particularly now we speak even of climate change. You move to the wellness of women and girls, because that's really what we want to uphold. And then the cyclicity continues. Because when I'm a grandmother, I expect my daughter to carry on in that cyclicity. So that's why we put it as a circle. So let's reflect. Sexual and reproductive health and rights plays a critical role in gender equality, health, and development. What's the problem? Yes, we have made progress in SDGs, and you can look at any one of them, but is it adequate? We're not yet there. And in some cases, it has stagnated. 2000 to 2015, we did a very good job with the Millennium Development Goals, but SDGs, not quite. And unfortunately, for some cases, it's reversing. Why? Gender disparities, weak health systems, health inequities, substandard quality of care. poor social determinants, failure to take on this life course approach I have explained, and looking at things as a continuum of care, siloed and fragmented programs, weak primary health care and universal health care, lack of multidisciplinary and multi-sector approaches. I'm really happy we have the legal group, we have the anthropologists, we have the health group, but where is education? Where is agriculture? At least I have my agricultural colleague here. But we need to really come together if we're going to make impact. But what else is afflicting us? Geopolitical turmoil, climate change, natural calamities and humanitarian crisis, malnutrition, emerging diseases, and the global health security risk. Communicable diseases are still with us: malaria, HIV, TB. Non-communicable diseases, epidemic proportions. I will not ask what you ate for breakfast, but that really tells you which direction we're going in terms of vulnerability for NCDs. Lack of collaborative partnerships, weak research agenda, poor data tools, data analytics, and worst of all, knowledge translation. So the clock is still ticking, but we're in a pendulum. We're oscillating back and forth, gains and losses. We're never quite really moving exponentially. So what's our reality? Women's health is critical to human capital development. You carry the babies, ladies, and from there, that child will be either the productive or non-productive citizen in any nation. So quality of SRHR should matter. And what most of all we don't seem to articulate is that it carries for generations. An example in point: if a woman is HIV positive, you do not give PMTCT practices, it'll carry on to the child, and the child will carry on to the next. What is the quality of that citizenry? Services need to be provided with the continuum I've just expressed. And we look at universality of healthcare. But how much are we doing in terms of primary prevention and health promotion? We are not a society that can afford curative medicine. We should be moving upstream. More so, I keep on saying we are reactive. I wait for you to be sick, you come to the hospital, then I can treat you. What should I really be looking towards? Moving away from a disease paradigm to wellness programming. That's what we can afford. Health for all, health financing for SRHR, Abuja Declaration, 15%. Have we ever gotten there? Have we? Hello? No. Men must engage, so I'm not leaving the boy child out. Men must engage as partners and change agents. And the bigger one is evidence synthesis. We need to relook at our tools, we need to look at the data sets that we have and conduct modeling approaches on it. We need more qualitative studies, and I really appreciate this policy brief is based on qualitative studies, the true meaning behind issues. And then have those give you precise decision making, direction, context, and more importantly, best practices, policy, and advocacy would emerge. Gender equality, we speak about discrimination, forms of violence, harmful practices, the valuing of unpaid care work, women's participation, and particularly even up until leadership. But I want to flag number 5.6. Ensure universal access to sexual reproductive health and reproductive rights, as agreed in the Program of Action of ICPD, the Beijing Platform, and outcome documents of reviewed conferences. Have we done so? And are we continuing? Our constitution is fantastic in Kenya. We have ratified so many other international treaties and covenants that really give us a stronghold for reproductive health and rights. But the problem is interpretation, implementation, action. Three things. So there are some challenges you will see. Persistent maternal and neonatal mortality, particularly in hard-to-reach areas. And when I say hard to reach, it's not just geolocation. We're talking about street families. We're talking about orphan families. We're talking about persons living with disability, persons living with HIV. The list goes on and on of those who do not get the care they need. Quality of care gaps, unmet need for family planning. And today I want to really focus on FP as a development agenda and not just dispensing of family planning commodities. That's limited by finances, culture, and religious barriers. Adolescence and youth gap. Yes, we have a very high rate of teenage pregnancy. Nationally, we are saying we're coming down 18% to 15%. But should a teenager be getting pregnant or be remaining in school? I want us to talk. When you hear Narok and other places, Samburu has 50% teenage pregnancy. Narok has about 40%. I want you to reflect, really, the story behind that pregnancy, and we will see that. Gender-based violence and harmful cultural practices. FGM should have been eliminated in 2022. We're in 2025. It's still happening. It's still happening. Early marriages are still happening. We need money in the home. The only way we can get it is get rid of the girl child into a marital system. Gender-based violence, I will not belabor. We have seen so much femicide. December alone, last year, we had over about 100 girls who had femicide. The worst of gender-based violence. But should it be happening? And you can then say you're a developed nation, and yet we have normalized it. The anthropologist in the house, we have normalized gender-based violence. So you don't talk about it. You don't present to the clinics. And when you do present to the clinics, you'll tell us you have fallen. Yet everything is pointing there was something very wrong where it happened. Dependence on donor funding. Minimal digital health integration. If you want to get to the young and restless, as I call them, don't try and give them newspapers to read. Don't try and give them books to read. They don't read. They don't have a reading culture. Give them a mobile phone and they'll do wonders with it. Weak accountability mechanisms. It speaks for itself. What are we really doing? What are we really saying? I've put this slide so that you can reflect on it. When we talk about poverty, poverty does not mean you're only uneducated. It also means you're not getting sound maternal health, sound adolescent health, sound nutrition. Nutrition develops the brain. More importantly, essential basic needs must always be met. If I look at the Kenya Demographic Health Survey, our water situation, sanitation, yet to be looked at. Our energy that is clean energy in our homes, a lot of us still use fossil fuel and paraffin as sources of your energy. Housing. I will not go to the politics in Kenya, but can we look at sound housing that somebody can live and be in a shelter that is appropriate? So when you look at this slide, it really tells you our poverty index is still wanting, and wanting much so. But then look at it slightly differently. How many of those factors speak to the woman? How many? All of them. All of them. So we have to really rethink what's the role of the woman beyond reproduction. I looked at quite a number of policies, but I had to condense this, and I'm really hoping I can keep my time. You'll monitor me, but give me a few more minutes. And I just thought I will pick the last. In the last couple of years, we've had quite a number of policies that have come up. The Gender and Development Policy in 2019. We revised the National Reproductive Health Policy. It has issues. And some of the issues is what I have flagged. Yes, they're talking about a comprehensive coverage, but they're talking about a mandatory parental consent requirement. Then, for the adolescent, we are actually saying we need to have them accessing reproductive health services leading to possible adverse events if they are supposed to reach the age of 21. What's the age of the majority in Kenya? What's the age? When do you get your ID? 18. Now, if the policy is giving us the direction towards 21 years, some of my young girls who are in the rural villages get married at 9, 10 years. By 21, she's probably had 4 children. What are we saying? That's not a mature individual? So, definition of cognitive competence, that's the language they used in that document. So the question is, can we meaningfully engage adolescents and youth in their SRHR issues? As if that's not enough, the adolescent in Kenya falls under the Children's Act, because the Children's Act ends at 18 years. Question is, I've told you it's an age of transition. Should we rethink having a policy direction that looks at adolescents and youth as a discrete cohort? My thoughts. Well, this reproductive health policy is in court as of last year, March. But it brings me to the investment in the adolescent. You'll see how I'll grade you properly, slowly. My work as a gynecologist, go on, click. No, go back. It didn't show? I'm sorry. But let's look at 2 adolescent stories. 1, Mary was born in Kajiado. She underwent FGM and was subsequently married off. And she got pregnant and had to drop out of school. When she dropped out of school, she was in a polygamous marriage, but being the younger wife or youngest wife, she got repeat pregnancies year in, year out. Eventually, Mary succumbed to obstructed labor, developed a vesicovaginal fistula, was thrown out of her marital home with 4 children, and she had to do casual work to survive. In so doing, she entered into promiscuous relationships, she acquired HIV, and she died. That's Mary's story. Now let's go on the converse and look at Wala. Wala went to medical school. She got married after she completed medical school to a beautiful engineer. And they planned their pregnancies, and she got 2 children with an interval in between of 4 years. Those 2 children are thriving and surviving in an academy X. Now, if you were the president of this nation, which family will contribute productively for you to national development agenda? Mary or Wala? Why? There's been birth spacing. You've had time for these children to nurture up cognitive development, physical development, psychosocial comfort, basic needs are being met. That's the demographic dividends we talk about. And why we should be investing so much more in the young and restless. Harness their energy. Put it right to the right use. Every day I walk, even as I came very early. So as I walked into the lift, you're seeing people shuttling out, young people, stinking of alcohol. And it really tells you, what did they spend the last night doing? The stories go on. So let's rethink our narratives, even as we're trying to sell next the issue of SRHR. The other, next slide please. The other aspect I want to focus on is breaking the silence. And this does not respect age, does not respect status, does not respect anything. Gender-based violence. And it can start simply. A slap, a verbal abuse, psychological turmoil, emotional turmoil, sexual molestation, including internet, rape as a weapon of war, which is becoming more and more rampant, and at its very worst, femicide. Femicide. That's the worst form. but it is happening. And we need to start becoming gender responsive with our policies across every single sector. It's not just about health. A woman is in the field, she's actually doing the agricultural practice. But who eats the money? Whether it is subsistent farming or commercial farming, the husband, he'll ask for it. A girl may be working as a doctor. Who eats her money? She's probably in a marital situation where she must present that check to him if you're not emancipated. So we need to even improve our data collection, educational awareness, and support system for survivors and their families. Next, please. Strengthen law enforcement and judicial response. I have been an expert witness severally, and this is what happens typically. The case is taken to court, and we've got all the evidence that you've thrown into the government chemist place, but it drags on and on and on. Finally, they say, you know what, let's just mediate and finish this. Or I'm done. I'm just done. I can't go back to that court. Because with every appearance, everyone is now putting a pointer. Oh, that's Sheila. Sheila, you know, had been given 1, 2, 3. Typically, how do we fast track it? And how do we give them justice such that the perpetrator does not see the light of day the following day? And woe unto you if it's an incestuous case. Bigger problem. Bigger problem. So we normalize it. Shut up. Bury your head and hope that feeling goes. It never does. Next, please. Menstrual poverty. We don't oftenly think about this because you're in the more affluent part of this city. But imagine a young girl who can't even afford a sanitary pad and has to trade her body to just acquire it. Yes, we have the government policies. Yes, we have reduced the VAT. Yes, we have the program. My problem is it's periodic, it's erratic. Number 2, involvement of NGOs and private sector. I put a few lists of people who are in it. They're trying what they can, but how much? It may be in a small little area of Kajiado or of Makueni or of Northeastern. How long? How much? Improving public awareness like I'm doing today. I think you need to remember sanitation is a basic need for every adolescent girl. Innovations in menstrual products so that we get to be eco-friendly, and they are there. Inconsistent distribution, menstrual stigma and cultural taboos, poor water sanitation. Remember my development map? So you can see it follows us. Menstrual hygiene and health education. It's not enough to just talk about using a sanitary pad. What is the implication for every young girl when you start menstruating? You can get pregnant. So do you know your safe days and your unsafe days? Do you know how to take care of yourself so you don't even end up with medical conditions that can even kill you when you put a tampon and keep it there for many, many hours? Toxic shock syndrome. These girls need to know. Yeah? And we certainly need to take on a multi-sector approach. We can't do this alone as health. Next. So we're looking at government oversight, community-led menstrual education, affordable and sustainable products, and improving sanitation, toiletology. You take it for granted, but we really need it. A lot of girls will dig a hole and stick there for 3 days. And it's not just the girls. If you really look at the clock of a woman throughout her life course, we have different entities giving bleeding. Post-delivery, I will bleed. Post-cancers, I will bleed. Post-normal menstruation. So you've got to be very clear of the spectrum and the needs for everybody. Next. Adolescent well-being. There's a beautiful wheel we need to follow through. And this really speaks to the wellness of an adolescent. Don't wait for that STI and say, oops, I need to do something. I'll share the slide, so don't worry. So we've got good health, we've got connectedness. These young ones, remember when we had COVID? When they were all locked up, what happened to some of them? Some committed suicide. Some went into mental anguish and mental depression. They love being connected. What's your role in that connectedness? Safety and support, learning, competencies, education, agency and resilience of the adolescent. And this can only be done with good leadership. If we are having protective norms, financial risk reduction for them, adolescents responsive services. I don't want to talk about adolescent and youth friendly. We should be responsive to them. Adolescent responsive management information systems, adolescent and community participation. I'll ask, how many of us spend time, quality time, with our young? Doesn't need to be a day, it can be just half an hour, but you make an impact. Next. So in empowering women, next please, in empowering women, we need to remove harmful cultural practices, get women to stay in school. The higher the level of education, it's well known, your determinants will change. Adolescent wellness, I've put for you a whole list. Next, please. Yeah, a whole list of things you should be doing with them. Health literacy, dignity kits, HPV vaccine, avoid drug abuse, keeping the girl child in school, social protection, school feeding programs, parenting programs. How many of us as parents have actually gone for training? I want to see as a show of hands. Training. How do I need to bring up my child? It's the latest kid on the block. So those of you who need to know what goes on, just go to Strathmore. There's a huge program on parenting programming. ECD, early childhood development, and honing their talents and hobbies, and healthy recreation. This is what happens every time, and I'm sure you're also observers. We go to church on Sunday. Sunday afternoon, we go for nyama choma. So the parents are busy drinking, and the child is there and is told go for face painting and for bungee jumping, whatever it is that they do in those little things. But what are they learning? All the things that you don't want them to do. And then at age 14, you tell them, if I ever catch you in a pub, you will be in trouble. Self-awareness, self-advocacy. You need to groom that. Mental health programs, critical. So let's move to safe motherhood. I told you about women of reproductive age. And there are pillars to it. Family planning, follow through in antenatal, intrapartum care, postpartum care, abortion care, STDs and HIV control. The foundation is communication for behavior change. Primary health care, that's the upstream. Prevention is better than cure. And equity for women. Wherever you are, we want a good pregnancy and a good outcome, as you can see it. Next, the global burden. I put it there for you to see. 2.3 million newborns deaths are happening. Deaths of children under 5, 4.9 million. Stillbirths, in other words, a baby is born, but is born flat, as we put it. 1.9, as good as 2 million. Maternal deaths globally, 287. Global preterm births. Global adolescent birth rate is at 42.6. In Kenya, we're at 76. Women receiving at least one antenatal visit, 87.5. Newborns in a facility, born in a facility, about 78%. But let's come home, a little bit busy. But look at your extreme right. And this is really the last on the, the country profile in Countdown 2030. Yes, in Kenya we're saying we're 365, some say 355. Globally we know we're at about 530. And we should be at less than 70 per 100,000. You look at stillbirths, we have 19. We should be at less than 12. Neonatal mortality is at 20. We should be at less than 12. Under 5 mortality, we should be at less than 25. It goes on. Adolescence and pregnancy, it is there, 41%. Age of that group is roughly at 44. Age is 15 to 19. But 10 to 14, we have 1% still giving birth. This is not me. This is the global. Now, global challenge is to have all of us achieve, next please, achieve our target. 90% should be seen in the clinic at least 4 times. 90% birthing in hospital. Postnatal care, 80%. Availability of emergency services, 80%. And social determinant change of 80%. So we have a lot of work to do. Next. Health package. I won't read through it, but you can see there's essential and emergency health packages. Ask yourself with Srhr, is it happening? Is it happening for Kenyans? Next. Then we have the unseen, the uncounted, and untold. Stillbirths. Stillbirths. And you can see in Africa it's changing dramatically for the worse. And then we have the small, vulnerable newborn, like you can see it there, who then ends up with neurodevelopment delays, growth failure, and chronic health issues. We need to do something. Next. Maternal social determinants, I will not belabor to them, but education, occupation. These are factors that have a bearing on their development agenda in their latter years. Next, please. I want to speak to nutrition. And I'll ask how many of you ate right? Click once. Ate, yeah. Is that what we had for breakfast? I believe so. Yes? So we're all junkies. Okay? Click again. Yes, there are those of us who drink and smoke. And we're finding, look at that chart on the extreme, on your extreme left. In a low income country and low middle income country like ours, we start with really basic needs. Are we getting water and sanitation? Am I able to eat the right foods? But as you get more and more affluent, we start taking drinks, smoking, eating very lucrative foods, not grandma's chakula. And NCDs start climbing. Non-communicable diseases. We're talking about cardiovascular, hypertension, diabetes. And these translate, unfortunately, even to the baby while it's still in utero. Click again. Why am I mentioning it? Climate change is with us. And the first thing that's affected is nourishment. So we have undernutrited individuals. They're not getting the right foods. And we have overnutrited with the wrong things and ending up with obesity and DM. Next. So I'll urge you all, physical activity from this place. And as the energizer, voila, you make sure we get energizers. Next, please. We want to keep you healthy. Next. Improving maternal and child health. So I've mentioned this, so I want to ask the questions. What is our specific investment in safe motherhood? How much of integration are we doing it in other programmatic areas? What is the data matrix? Advocacy and accountability. And are we prizing our population, their health and development? Next, policy environment and health financing. I will see and show you the US directive. But we have all this data with us, but are we implementing on our policies? That's the bigger fish to fry, okay? And how strong is our accountability? Even if I give you the funding, is it going to do the right thing or the wrong thing? What do we do? Teenage pregnancy, the tip of the iceberg. I know, give me 5-10 minutes. Now, click next. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, don't look at the pregnancy. Please learn to ask the story behind the pregnancy. Was it following FGM? Was it following gender-based violence? Is it because of multiplicity of sexual partners? Was it following an assault from somebody who's HIV who believes he's cleaning himself with this young virgin girl? Or was it a teacher in the classroom? Because she seemingly had developed at puberty and mushroomed into a beautiful woman. Think the story always behind the pregnancy. Next. Yes, there are all those factors. Individual, social factors, health system factors, policy factors. You must be aware of all this as she sits in front of you. Consequences, more importantly. The risk to the mother, health risks, abortion, preeclampsia, obstructed labor, NCDs, even death. Education and employment, freeze. Social consequence, stigma, ostracized, gender-based violence. The risk to the baby, born too small, too soon. And even so, more often. Severe neonatal conditions, we've alluded to that. And the risk to the ecosystem at household level, health system level, national development. And it runs for generations. Next. Teenage pregnancies, prevention strategies. We must address GBV, we must address FGM. Early pregnancy and youth-responsive services. But always ask, what's the root cause? And what are the issues and consequences of the same? Next. I want to focus here. Next, not that one. Go back. Yeah. There's something we call the triple threat with young pregnancies. And people don't want to talk about it. But it's gender-based violence, pregnancy, HIV. And I've given you the prevalence data of HIV latest 2023. Look at the nations and the counties we have. And when you really follow even course of teenage pregnancies with HIV, they go bumper to bumper. So we're now even not just looking at triple threat, we're looking at triple testing. Because where you have HIV, syphilis is there, hepatitis is there. And please, long-term opportunistic infections, including cancers. The risk of antimicrobial resistance. When I talk HIV, remember there are other STIs, gonorrhea and chlamydia. And nowadays, we're getting more and more resistance to the common antibiotics you use. The last, keeping the HIV negative adolescent child negative. That conversation, because we cannot afford to bury our heads in the sand. For the others who are already HIV positive, we have the OTZ program, Operation 000, which means no missed appointments, keep on your drugs, undetectable viremia, untransmissible to the next person. So we have a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen, with these young. As if that's not enough, next please. I know we all know the prongs of preventing HIV in women, PMTCT, but I've put the ones you must begin to follow through for the men. I'm gender equiposed because it's a two-man's show. Okay? You'll get those slides because I'm being looked at. Next, let's move to the next. Now, cancers. When do cancers happen? Next, click. There, stop there. When do cancers happen? Particularly cervical cancer, which I'm focusing quite a bit on. Early sexual debut, multiplicity of partners, higher risk of HPV virus, and some will have cancer properties, the subtypes. So, click once and stop. So we have the HPV vaccination program. And it cannot be coming at a more appropriate time because ideally it should be given to the young girl 9 to 14 years. 9 to 14. What is happening in that age bracket again? Puberty, menses. This is really a golden opportunity to give all your comprehensive sexual education before she even starts activity. For some, we're even doing catch-up at 26 years of age. But again, if you look at cancer of the cervix as a disease entity, it gives you a long period of time in which to put interventions, principally screening. But do we have a robust screening program? I'll say no. No, we're knee-jerk. And that's the knee-jerk we want to move away from. We've talked about let's move upstream, prevention and health promotion. Get cancer early, it's curable. Get cancer late, uncurable. And quality of life dwindles. So you have about a window period of 15 to 20 years to do something. Intervene. After that, okay, we'll try. With my doctor friend, Dr. Kibaru, we will try. But the long haul, we know, the later the disease, the worse off the prognosis. And if you're going to screen for cancer, for heaven's sake, do not forget the breast. The two go hand in hand. They're the two commonest cancers women have. Next, please. I'm almost done, don't worry. Almost there. So I've even put for you a chart of what I believe our policy direction should go to. Upstream. Upstream, primary health care. And we have it. We've got what it takes. We have people in the community. We have community health promoters. But the conversation is not happening. I have been working with them, and some of them are saying, we need more knowledge. We've been trained on about 15, 18 things to do. But there's no quality. The quality of health literacy is what's critical. And then, of course, the linkage and follow through. A lot of us as doctors, we have this notion, I'm here to treat. I'm not here to prevent. That's the way we are wired, because that's our training. So we've got to have a rethink even on the way we do things. Next, abortion. Stormy area. Most people don't like talking about it. But we do have a legislative mandate in which it can be provided. The issue is our interpretation, our implementation, and our execution. Even as healthcare providers, I may have my own biases, or I have a conscientious objection. You should refer that patient if you're uncomfortable. So we have in the Kenyan system PAC, which is post-abortal care. But even with PAC, I still see there are people who will not touch that patient or not give quality of care. The latest study that has been done by APHRC, I've lifted this from their policy brief. We're still having substandard care. 14% of our women are suffering. 75% have moderate to severe complications. This was done in 2022, 2023. The mortality rate, definitely it contributes as a direct cause of mortality. We cannot say we will not look at it. And while post-abortion care is important, we have to really address quality of service delivery. That's their latest finding. Other factors. Pro-choice, pro-life, polarity. I talked about a pendulum at the beginning. PAC versus CAC, comprehensive abortion care. And having safe abortion services, like any other service, as essential health care. Time sensitive. Medication abortion is with us. And whether we like it or not, the young ones are utilizing it. The question is, where's that data? Where is it being captured? And for those who complicate, what are we having? Programmatic influence from Srhr, pushback. I think this really is where the conversation with the US started. Next. And we had the Srhr pushback, so starting way back with the Mexican policy, the gag rule. Roe and Wade has been overturned. Hyde and Weldon amendments. I won't read through all of them. But we have definitely got a pro-life and pro-family life address to every pregnancy. But that notwithstanding, the implications is what I want to focus on. What's it doing to populations seeking services, healthcare providers, implementing partners, public health system, and the foreign policy influence on the local policy? Are we addressing our own context? We have adolescent pregnancies. Are we prioritizing for our nation? And what are we doing about it? This is really the real conversations we should be having here. Next. I put this up deliberately. Trump is not doing what he had not said he would do. He's only executing on Project 2025, which he talked about in his first term. And it read, restructuring the federal government. Now we have Dodge. Rolling back progressive policies. Abortion, family planning, maternal care. Rights. DEI. Haven't we got all that with him now? Changing foreign policy and global engagement, particularly financing. Overhauling education and social policies. immigration and law enforcement. He's doing all of this. Why didn't we prepare? Why didn't we prepare? So we need to be catalytic in the way we address our issues for us. Next. There are bodies that are actually working against what he's doing, and I've spoken particularly to the abortion law. So there are a few bodies there, but I won't read all of them, but it's good for you to know. But is it enough? That's for their nation. What's in it for our nations? Next. In sub-Saharan Africa, we now have the Livingstone Safe Abortion Care Charter. Those of you who are following it up. And we even have examples, if you go to the next slide, of exemplar, Ireland, Benin, and what's happening as far as the abortion agenda is. The Cartagena Declaration, reducing violence against women, the human rights direction, and self-determination and self-advocacy of individuals. Next, please. So I asked myself, is it enough just to talk about abortion? Inaction versus health economics. Are we looking at the economies of scale? What is an unsafe abortion in terms of economics? What is the Srhr values, ethics, and professionalism? Can we go upstream, Sheila Masharia, FP 2030, and put family planning before she even gets pregnant? But more importantly, what's our data science telling us? And FP 2030 is doing a very good job. They have the measurement framework on family planning, and they're even including it in unmarried women and young girls. Am I correct, Sheila? So we have things that we can fall back to see things are changing and moving in the other direction, and advocate and put your policy direction accordingly. This was spoken to by Millie, those of you who came early. Infertility. It's a big problem. So much as you're struggling to get mothers to get children, there are women struggling to get pregnant. Unfortunately, everything follows her, and particularly gender-based violence, ostracization. But we have, next slide, we have things we can now do that are interventional. Assisted reproductive technology is with us. So you just need to come forward and we'll be able to see what we can do best placed for you. Next, this is where I have heard cries, plenty of cries. In fact, in Figo, I'll tell you, this is an area that we're starting to work on as of last year. I call it aging gracefully, partially because I'm selfish. I'm in that docket. Yeah? But clinically, what do we see as our challenge? Health literacy is a problem, limited access and coverage, costs of treatment. And then we have the period called climacteric. My moods are going down south. I'm having the hot flushes. I'm having some depression. My memory is terrible, particularly recently. I have serious mobility issues. But what you want to prevent is the bone change, the osteoporosis, the cardiovascular disease, the brain deterioration, Alzheimer's. And comorbidities are still following us. I probably am hypertensive or I'm diabetic. Those are issues that are following you even into your twilight years. Relationships, oh my goodness. I wish we had a menopausal congress. That would be for another day. Workplace challenges. And as you get older and older, you begin to have a dependency syndrome. You depend on your children, but are the Gen Zs looking at you? No time. They want to go on holiday. Work-life balance. In fact, I'm told Forme is the latest in town. So what needs to change? Menopausal-friendly policies. Evelyn. Social protection and support mechanisms. Lifestyle changes. We need to readdress our diet, our exercise, and stress modulators. Relationship enhancement. Hormonal replacement therapy and non-hormonal replacement therapy. Lastly, I should have mentioned it, the men need to understand what is happening to my biological clock, because he will follow shortly with andropause. So challenges, I've talked of literacy. More importantly, it's screening and services so that you get diseases much earlier and are able to give interventions. We have a lot of surgical, radiotherapy, chemotherapy that we give, particularly when you're talking about cancers. But the policy direction and affordability is a big problem. Yes, Srhr has addressed it because they talked about chronic ailments. But the reality is different. That's what I call being real. Absence of population-based registries. So without a register, how would you know how your populace is behaving? Absence of cancer research networks and centers of excellence, particularly in public institutions. And then clinical trials amongst women for their welfare and health. Health spending. Next, please. I want to look at the development assistance. What do you see on that map? I call Africa the question mark, if you look at it critically. Can you see the question mark? We are so dependent, and for billions, not even millions, billions. And this is going to change. Next. When you look at it from programmatic areas, what do you find? HIV takes the brunt. Now that's been cut off. It's followed by malaria program. It's followed by maternal child health. It's followed by family planning. Now apply that to the US executive order. What does that do to Africa? Next slide, please. Next slide. There was the one in between. Go back. Yes, very important. Development assistance is principally in health, but it's also in other development and security. Now, in 2024, that's the amount of money that's been cut off from DRC, Ethiopia, Sudan, Nigeria, South Sudan, Kenya, Mozambique, and Uganda. What are we talking about? This, to me, is a dire emergency. Africa, wake up. Wake up. We need to be awake. Transforming this trajectory. I'm almost done now. Reproductive and social justice. And this is, I'm now speaking like a lawyer. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Reproductive justice starts with thinking of reproductive rights and addressing the broader socioeconomic and political inequalities that impact on patients' decision-making and access to services. We are emphasizing the rights to have children or to choose not to have, to parent, but it all must happen in a safe and supportive environment. Social justice is the fairness and equitable distribution of what? Resources, opportunities, power, and social relationships. We need to confront the intersecting forms of oppression that shape people's lives and experiences. Next, please. Areas that need transformation. I start at the top, our policies, health system, digital health solutions, data analytics, financial sustainability, scale up youth, sexual reproductive health and right programs, address SGBV, family planning as a development agenda, multi-sector engagement, conduct research, but above all, conduct smart advocacy with accountability. FP is a game changer. It saves women, it prevents unsafe abortions, and it certainly keeps off pregnancy. We say as gynecologists, when you get pregnant, one foot is in the grave. Our work is to keep both feet outside. Once you realize that, then you know the gravity. Return on investment, we have healthcare, and we also have economic gains. A woman is able to participate in productivity and higher family incomes, and the government certainly saves dollars. So we've got to look at it. Here I've just put the rate. For every dollar you spend, you're saving $3. When you save a mother, you're actually saving 30% of women and 20% of newborns when you put in family planning. Lastly, I want to speak to the ladies in the house. Do you know those women? Next. Do you know those women? If you followed the COVID disaster, pandemic, there were two women that stood out for me. The president in New Zealand and the president of then Germany. They turned COVID around very quickly. And they actually became my model countries to follow. In Rwanda, you have 61% of the women in parliament. Now, forget about the 2/3 we are looking for. 60%. And then we have Women Lift. And you heard that even Evelyn is a Women Lift alumni. And there are women you certainly can learn things from. The bottom slide is actually a report of last year, which shows women are the workers, men are the leaders. So we only get about 20% of us in leadership. I can see my friend here also in leadership. Hi. So she's in KMA, in the Medical Association, global or regional? WMA, yeah? I'm in FIGO, the umbrella body overlooking about 140 nations in all continents. But honestly, women are well known. You give them the tools and the spanners, there's a difference. And if the men don't believe me in this house, I want an exercise done today by all of us. We say the men are the heads of the home. Patriarchy, anthropology. Am I correct? Don't we say that? Yes. So, the men, you're the head. But I want you to all look up at the ceiling. All of you. Look down to the floor. Look to your right, to your neighbor. Look to your left. Women, we are so happy being the neck because we move the head. So, lastly, this is my vision. And I think it's not enough to have a policy direction. Implement it if you cannot have collaborative advocacy. So we even have it as of this year. We had the launch of this, the Collaborative Advocacy Action Plan. It may have spoken principally to maternal health, but it should apply across board. When you do your research, translate. Advocacy becomes a key pillar to make a difference. So lastly, recognize health is a human right. Political goodwill, leadership and governance is more important to be responsive to protect, promote, respect, and fulfill sexual reproductive health and rights. Data-driven, informed context, priorities, decision-making, further informing practice, policy, and advocacy. And last but not least, we need for disruption and adoption of business unusual. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa, Kenya is bleeding for us to be the movers and not the quiet people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. The reason I gave you extra time is one, you got me married to an engineer. And two, you reduced my children to half. But thank you. I think that has really set the tone. Don't you say so? Yeah, it has really set the tone and context for those who had checked in that they have very little knowledge. For those who say they have a lot, I think Prof has really done justice to SRHR. SRHR is super, super wide. So I will rush quickly to our next presenter. This is now the crux of the matter. And that is the presentation by, this name is Dr. Chima will come up. And he is currently the director of the Global Health, Youth and Development Portfolio based out of the ICRW Africa office. He said I just do a very short brief on his bio, so I'll honor his request. But he has loads and loads of the doctor is a PhD, yeah? Yes, it's So that is, we'll summarize it. So Dr. Chima, welcome on board to just give us now the context of the research that was done by ICRW. And let's see whether that is, the reflection on the ground is what Prof has told us, or whether she was taking us on a hot air. Cheers, come in. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Mm, there was a struggle with my name, so that is why it is shortened into Chima Izubara. And if you have difficulties, I always say this, difficulties remembering the name. I always think of Chimamanda Adichie, and that's my cousin. You can see at least there's a preface around there. Very much glad to be here this morning to share some new evidence that we have around the theme of a locally generated evidence research on developing locally generated knowledge on some of the evidence gaps we have around SRH issues in the country. And as I sat there listening to the wonderful presentation by the previous speaker, I wondered whether there was need for me to come up here again, because I want to say that she amply laid out the context, the issues around some of the things that I also want to further elaborate in this presentation. And so that is the issue at stake today. And my mandate this morning is just to briefly reflect. It's not a very long presentation. I think you've already had one from the eminent gynecologist. Just to briefly reflect on what we found from our attempt to, do a study around what people in Kenya, implementers, practitioners, researchers, policymakers, people affected by real-life SRH issues consider to be the key, important, critical, urgent research questions that they want answered in the country. And just to say that this study was conducted last year. I think we ran up this study towards the end of last year. And between then and now, a lot has happened. If we were to go back to the field to do this study again, I believe that a few new issues would have emerged in terms of what the priorities are in terms around research, what the country should consider as critical in terms of topical research matters for attention and consideration in the country. What are those issues that have transpired? Trump has come to power. That's almost like a key currency in major discussions around the world today. And the US said it's now frozen and on its path and to death, if not it's frozen, possibly on its path to death, and who knows, at least for the time being. And that is not just the issue. In quite a number of global north countries, there is also some teetering, some uncertainty about what to do with development funding, particularly for issues around SRH and other very important development agendas. And just, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, in the news, newspapers and the media houses were awash with news about the impending doom around access to ARVs and HIV medications. And I looked at the statistics and the countries that we are at serious risk of impact, and Kenya was among them. quite a number of Africa, most of, I think, a majority of the countries are actually countries within the region, and that is possible, and that is largely because the key organization responsible for the logistics of delivering these drugs is the USAID, and that is something for us to I think about. So going back to the issue for today, which is our findings around a locally generated SRH research agenda for Kenya. Why did we go into this? Quite a number of things are important in terms of understanding where we came from and some of the findings that we've made for today. Just like many other African countries, Kenya faces significant SRH challenges, and I think she's done a very wonderful job of laying those out, and they run across the alphabetical gamut, from abortion to issues around access to basic SRH services across the country. And part of the problem around this is that you look at various population subgroups in the country, they are burdened with adverse SRH outcomes, whether we are talking about lack of access or issues around maternal mortality or lack of access to products. You know, whatever we're discussing, whatever issues we're looking at, HIV, infections and all of that, we see that in many parts of the country, in different subpopulation groups in the country, we have major issues around SRH outcomes. And then for a long time as well, many of the agendas around SRH research and funding as well, those agendas have been set from outside the country. Somebody wakes up somewhere and discovers from their work in one small place in Marsabit, that the major problem in this country is actually child marriage. And then that becomes the basis for the development of a whole agenda of funding that runs for a very long while. And then another concept emerges, and it is, whatever it is, but that is how those things have been done in the past. Very little attention has been given to mainstreaming the voices of the practitioners, the people who see patients on a daily basis, the people who live in the informal settlements in this country, the people who implement programs, the researchers who engage on these issues on a daily basis, into thinking about what do they see in terms of the issues on ground. And that is why it is important to have an agenda that is developed locally, informed by sensitivities, by the issues, by the needs, by the aspirations, by the evidence, and by the experience of people who are engaged with these issues on a daily basis. So that is part of it. So another part of the context is the fact that locally generated research agendas involve multiple stakeholders, and those agendas often resonate with local realities because they come from the experiences of the people who deal with these things on a daily basis. So, why is it important to have why is it important to have locally driven research agendas? And just don't mind my use of the term locally driven. There's nothing wrong with local. It's just that the fact to say that these things are grounded on the lived experiences, on the lived practices, on the lived realities that people face across the range of their interface with SRH matters in the country. So they often involve critical stakeholders and include those affected by some of the issues that we're dealing with. And they reflect local understanding of the field and the issues at stake. And then they respond to pressing and felt needs of the society, of the communities, and of the countries where these things are generated. And there is some evidence in the literature to support the fact that they are also more likely to result in actionable evidence, and are sometimes very easy, they also lend themselves to easy mainstreaming into policy and programmatic action. If, for instance, the gynecologist that just spoke say that one of the things I have found in this country is this, and I really want evidence to help me support my work. She's very, very likely to be on the lookout for that evidence and to use it when that work comes, when that evidence is done. So, so in terms of the methodology around how this work was conducted, remember, it's not something that we had to go around the country, you know, and not that we spoke to everybody, but we spoke to over 80 purposively selected and knowledgeable respondents across the country. And I believe quite a number of people in this room possibly were also interviewed for that work. And these included critical policymakers, people working in the field of SRH, researchers, implementers, donors, people in local communities, young people, urban and rural residents, and all of that. Their voices were represented in this study that I'm trying to share today. And then the major means of that, the major tool of data collection for this work, the major tool was interviews, and the data, the information that emerged from this study was ultimately analyzed thematically. So what did we find? Now, in terms of starting with the key SRH challenges, and I'm quite really very happy to be coming after she's spoken. I'm not we've not had any chat, but I'm not sure she didn't even see my presentation. Some of the two key things emerged for us in summary, which is that the key challenges around SRH in Kenya, you know, can be divided into two. You know, one is the long-standing ones, the ones that have been there for a very long time, you know, and they appear in different ways. And then some other issues that are emerging and becoming serious and critical issues for attention, for both policy, programmatic, and research attention in the country. So in terms of the long-standing ones, these are some of the things that that emerged in terms of what people said. For a very long time, there has been issues, major issues around access to SRH, promotive information and resources for young people. And many of the people we spoke with mentioned this point. However you look at it, it's not something that started today, and it's always been there. And then the issue of high rates of cross-generational, intergenerational, and transactional sex, you know, as a major issue when we talk about SRH matters in this country. And that has been there for a very long time. Despite programs, despite activities, despite efforts, despite investments in trying to address this issue, there is very little evidence that there is any rapid decrease in this issue. And then the persistence of murder, at least since the onset of the HIV epidemic, that there's been the persistence of mother-to-child HIV transmission. There was a time in Kenya where it was about 30–40%. It has declined considerably, but it's still a major problem. I think it hovers around 9% now, 8-something%. And I think I had to go back and look at why that was emerging as a major issue for a major persistent SRH issue in the data. And they discovered that there was justification for the inclusion of that by many of the people that we spoke with. Because in many countries, it hovers around 1.25% to 5%. I think that's the global average. But Kenya actually is one of the places where it is still at almost 9% in any society. So around emerging SRH issues in the country, these are some of the things that people mentioned. That for quite some time now, we have seen the emergence of contradictory frameworks, both legal and policy, in the country. You know, today, there is a constitution that provides a very rosy picture of citizens' health within the country. And then there is one policy about how you provide care services to adolescents in the country that actually challenges that same constitution, and that sometimes providers, implementers, advocates, and people who work in the field do not know where the heartbeat of government's intention lie. And that can be an obstacle in terms of ensuring that services are available, that people have the resources, the information they need to live healthy, sustainable lives in the country. And then Another emerging issue is rising HIV infection among young people. And that is something that emerged from our discussions with the people we spoke with, which is that there is the tendency, there is the risk that the next phase of the epidemic, if there be one, will be driven by young people in the country. And that is something that people, that the country needs to pay attention. And then the growing prevalence of reproductive cancers. And the point was made that many years ago, nobody spoke about that. But increasingly, the gynecologists are seeing this happen, and this is becoming something that needs serious consideration and attention. Yet, policies remain weak. Talk around it it's not systematic. It happens now and then, depending on the forum where people are, and there is very little, critical political action and engagement around that issue in the country. And then the coordinated and expanding movement around that is anti-SRH. And this is also something that people said, oh, that has always existed, but the way it is now coordinated and it is growing in different communities, something that they find quite very important as a major challenge, as emerging SRH challenge in the country. And then the rising number of persons suffering SRH deprivations. This is also something that emerged, and particularly among researchers that we spoke with. And people spoke about how increasingly poverty is being urbanized in the country. Many people are moving into urban areas, and you have a large population of people who are moving, as you have a large population of people moving into these urban areas. They are also ending in settlements and informal areas, in places where there is very little access to information and all of that. And even when there is information online, many of them do not have access to, the kind of phones, the smartphones that will, permit them to have access to some of those issues in the country. And then the nexus of social media and SRH abuses and misinformation. There is emerging evidence of even a new form of gender-based violence, which is technology facilitated. It wasn't there many years ago. It's something that is very important, and it's emerging as a key issue for attention in the country. So what are the evidence gaps specifically? And I think that is the meat of the matter in my presentation, and I'll just briefly go into that. So the people we spoke with were identifying all these key challenges. Also agreed that there were some evidence gaps that we need substantial filling in the country. And and this is not it's not based on any ranking, so I just listed them based on the ones that received considerable mention in the study. One was around the political economy of SRH policy making. And people felt that there is actually very little understanding of how policies around SRH are made in the country. You don't know what the political motives are, you don't know what the economic considerations are, and all of that. And that there are, sometimes the changes happen now and then, and you don't know what is driving that. And it's just need for people to begin to understand, some evidence around what is it that drives policy, what are the considerations that are factored into decisions around policy, SRH policy making in the country, including the role of AIDS. Many of the people we spoke with wondered, whether the type of AIDS that we have in this country might actually be part of the problem in terms of, making progress around it. And they wanted some evidence, some research, some kind of information around some of those issues. And then the nexus of corruption and the SRH challenges. This is also something that many of the academics we spoke with, even practitioners that we spoke with, hinted on. For a very long time, there's always that expression, that political commitment, at least from the podiums of power, that there is need for us to invest in HIV, invest in maternal mortality and all of that. But in many instances, there is actually very little that come out of. Not that there is no progress, but that some of the progress that should have been made might have been crippled by corruption. And we need to understand the role that corruption is playing in terms of the sustenance of some of the SRH challenges that we feel, that we see in the country. When investments are supposed to be made in facilities, when investments are supposed to be made in terms of young people's education, where do those resources go ultimately? And that's of course questions, just ensuring that there's proper tracking around resources and the investments that ought to go into SRH. So that is how. And then the whole question of climate change and SRH outcomes is also something that emerged from some of the interviews that we had. Increasingly in the country, we see sometimes episodes of flooding, episodes of this, some kinds of disasters around the country. And there is very little evidence on how these things are impacting SRH within the country, including maternal mortality, including STIs, including HIV infections and all of that, including GBV. There is very little evidence in the country on the impact of that. And people felt that there is need for us to begin to develop some information, some evidence, some policy-relevant data that can be used to inform engagement, advocacy, interventions around that issue. And then the drivers of new HIV infections that we see in the country, particularly among young people. For a very long time, this has been blamed on transactional sex and cross-generational sex. And the people wondered whether that is the only factor that might be driving this trend that we're seeing. And one theory out there is that young people are negotiating love with all kinds of different issues in their mind. They want to prove love, and that safety becomes secondary in that kind of engagement. Nobody knows, nobody is sure, but that is something that is quite very important. And the connection of between this and the corruption and the political economy of SRH in the country, these are all areas that require further intervention, further analysis, further evidence for us to be sure. And then many of the people who spoke with, including implementers, also felt worried that there is very little evidence, actually, very little understanding of the translation of national policies into county-level actions. We just hear the government has this policy, government has this practice, and all of that. But when you go to the counties, the connection between what is happening there and the national policy and the national plan might not always be very clear, and that there might be need for us to understand how that is happening and what the challenges could be, and how those challenges could be addressed for better, for seamlessness, at least in the implementation and the uptake of some of these policies. And this is something that came out from quite a number of discussions, quite a number of the respondents, not just practitioners, policymakers, not just practitioners, but also policymakers and researchers, and people who are involved in the everyday implementation of policies and programs at multiple levels at different levels in the country. And I think this also came out from our study, and she mentioned it, the whole question of infertility, both among men and women in the country. There is very little information, very little research, very little evidence that we have on it in the country. We don't know the prevalence in this country. And what information that we have on the prevalence was said to be based on a few studies conducted in 1 or 2 facilities in the country. And those are not representative. And those often represent the people who present in facilities. And those are often people who sometimes live in big cities, who have access for those facilities and all of that. And for us, for instance, although we talk about family planning and all of that, there are also the desire to have children is still strong in the country, and that is need to meet the needs. There is need for us to begin to respond to the aspiration that these people have about childbearing and all of that. We don't know the prevalence as we speak. We also don't know the care seeking. What she sees in the facility might be a tip of the iceberg. There are a lot of people who seek their therapeutic itineraries. That's their journey for seeking help will take them through different places, across the corridors of the churches, through the pathways that lead into the mosques, and then the hallways of traditional healers, and then finally if they have the resources, down to the concierge of her hospital, where they are ultimately. So that therapeutic journey might be quite very important in terms of helping people address some of these needs that they have around fertility and all of that. And then this is also something that emerged in terms of evidence gap from the research. That there is so much talk about the connection between economic empowerment, women's economic empowerment, and SRH. And there is need for us to actually have the evidence on some of those issues. So I have some of them, some of the other issues all listed there. We don't have information, for instance, on the last one, on effective strategies for addressing SRH needs of young people, of people with disabilities, social minorities, and key information and key populations in the country. And then this is also something. This is just, I think this is the last slide. Abortion-related care issues particularly among vulnerable women and girls, because the perception was that for people who are well-to-do, they can always access safe abortion in the country, despite all the limitations, if there are any. And then the whole question about STIs, there is, like she said, I listened to the word she used, a national registry on some of these things. We don't have any. There is little information that is national representative on STIs in the country. Gonorrhea, syphilis, and these things have a way of also connecting to infertility and all of that. And so the interfaces, the intersections are quite very important, and people felt that there's need for that. Sexual violence among children also emerged. Sexual violence and abuse among children also emerged in some of the discussions we had as a very important SRH issues in the country with very limited evidence and data, and those need to be created. And then the point that we are all aging, and we'll gradually get there. When the man wakes up in the morning and then begins to wonder what happens next. I was with a friend of mine who is also a medical doctor, and they were having a discussion, and the man said, what if we all wake up in the morning and we don't have erection? And then one of the men said, don't even talk about it. Just say it. And then the other guy said, I would rather commit suicide. And this was very well-educated, very rich people that I was in their midst. So it's a major issue, both for men and for women. Nobody talks about it. Very little policy frameworks around some of these things. And then the continuing epidemic of maternal mortality in the country. It's been there. And it's something that people say there is still more evidence, the need for more evidence on that. And very finally, what do these issues mean in terms of moving forward? There is strong need for strengthening SRH capacity, research capacity in the country. And then there is need to also invest in engagement in terms of advocacy and all of that. And then there is need for locally funded SRH research in the country. And I think I will pause here.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Dr. Chima. By a show of hands, was that presentation reflective of Professor Kihara's? By a show of hands, yes. So indeed, we have gotten to learn that there's some long-standing issues and there are also emerging issues. I want to beg your indulgence. In the program, we have reflections, but I want to do it in a different way. If I can have the slide about Q&A shared. So we'll go back to the menti.com and we will use the tea break interval to just pose any questions you may have to Professor Kihara and to Dr. Chima. And then I will use them and mix it with the panel discussion, because some things will be handled with the panelists, and so we don't want it to be very repetitive. But during tea break, you can also interact with the two speakers, the three speakers, as long as it's not spilling over to my time, because I need you back here. It's 1:45. I need you back here by 1:15. 11:15, and that tea break is outside. So go to the slide on Q&A. Present, just present. Thank you. For those who are joining us, we had a brief exercise in gathering insights into the audience. There you go. So if you go to menti.com and key in the number that's there, that is 86296865. Then use that Menti to key in any question you may have just before you go for your tea break, but you can also go digest, maybe to be answered in the interactions. And then when we come back, we'll still project that slide as we have the panel discussion. Is that okay? Great. So I need you to stretch, and as you're stretching, just put one foot in front of another and exit through the back. And there'll be tea served. So I'll expect you back 11:15. Thank you so much.
before it radiates off to the community is when the nation can catch the cold. So that's the in my view, it's important.
Hello, so we are back. We are coming back. Let's settle down.
We need male collaborators. We need individuals who understand the dynamics of gender, and we need to move away from a zero-sum game.
Great. As we are settling down, I'd like to ask if Srhr were a song, which song would it be? Anyone can feel free. If it were a song.
I'm not a good singer, but they were saying, have been Kasongo, because there is no much commitment on this agenda.
I think I saw a hand behind there. Yeah.
Siju dance.
Yeah, you have to at least give the first
Okay.
lyric or something.
My name is Moikali. The song I'll propose is by Fenagitu Pussy Power. Thank you.
Hey, hey. Do we know that? Give it to the young man. You can sing at least a lyric.
Take
And why?
I got it now. They don't expect me to be respected, and I'm here. I can give my things the way I want. Because it is around criminalization of our bodily autonomy and integrity.
Wonderful.
Pussy
Hey.
Power.
Pussy Vintage Buddies, please Google that artist, Fenagitu. She's a Kenyan artist. Okay. Anyone else? Evelyn has a traditional song. Is it?
Mine will be, I'm so lonely, I have nobody, I'm on my own.
The table at the back. If Srhr were a song, which song would it be for you?
Gosh. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about
You can see her generation, yeah? This table. If Srhr were a song, yeah.
I don't know that song very well, but suggested Anguka Nayo.
So Anguka Nayo, and then finally here in the middle. Okay, second finally, and then finally.
If you wanna be somebody, if you wanna go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention.
There's a hidden talent in this room. Okay.
we agreed that this table is not going to sing,
Yeah.
but it's Anguka Nayo.
I'm a survivor. I'm gonna know. I'm a survivor.
Wow, look at the talent in the room. So we have various ways in which we are describing our Srhr, from very sad situation to affirmation that something can be done and that the voices of everyone is very, very relevant. So we'll go to the panel discussion. Remember, on your screens is a QR code that's leading to the one-pager. To be helpful, to download it, and takes just a couple of minutes to read. But it will be helpful in terms of seeing what the panelists are going to bring out and whether you have any contribution towards that. So without further ado, I'd like to call my panelists. By the way, this event is being recorded. It's also being televised on the social media platforms of ICRW. And I hope you consented to it. Okay, so in no particular order, I'd love to invite Miss Aurelia Munene. Miss Aurelia Munene, her work is driven by a strong commitment to social justice, contextualized practice, and inclusive development. She has spent the last 17 years of her career addressing issues of inequity and marginalization and supporting policy, legal, and institutional reforms that promote inclusive development and reproductive justice. She has worked with over 40 organizations. You are serious? Okay. Because I have 8 and I was told I have too many employers. So she's a consultant. So she's worked with over 40 organizations in different capacities and contexts. These include government, multilaterals, bilaterals, NGOs, and for-profit organizations. She's an SRHR trained professional. She's a researcher, published author, regional trainer, and her work has been on diverse aspects of SRHR, informed by feminist theories, colonial studies, and political economy analysis. Specifically, reproductive health, women's economic empowerment, that's we, GBV, HIV, AIDS, and STI prevention and comprehensive care, harmful practices and norm changing, comprehensive sexuality education and services, sexual diversity inclusion, and safe abortion. Her research in this expertise includes both scholarly and applied research on different aspects of SRHR, e.g. scoping studies, youth with disability, and assessments to inform programming. She's a member of the Scientific Review Committee of the Adolescent and Youth Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Scientific Conference, that is AYSRHR. Her education includes a Master's of Art in Development Studies at Erasmus University International Institute of Social Studies, that's in The Hague, Netherlands, but with a Bachelor of Arts, double major, Sociology and Psychology from University of Nairobi in 2009, and she is also has community health nursing and midwifery from KMTC in 2004. You're seeing where people are headed to? She has specific training on SRHR, which includes research methodology course on SRHR, Geneva Foundation for Medical Education, and research in collaboration with WHO. She has a postgraduate diploma in SRHR from the International Institute of Social Studies, that's in The Hague. And she also has papers around sexual violence in conflict and emergencies from Srhr in Geneva, as well as Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights Africa Regional Sexuality Resource Center in Nigeria, where she was awarded the Sexuality Leadership Fellowship in September 2011. Quite a CV. Thank you so much. My next panelist is Dr. Josephine Kibare Mbaye. So Dr. Kibare Mbaye is a reproductive health expert, an obstetrician gynecologist by training. She taught many of us, who ventured into health leadership early in her career. She started off as a clinician in a district hospital. Do you know we used to have district hospitals? In 1992, and subsequently became the medical officer of health, DMOH, at that district in 1996. She was the second female deputy medical officer of health. I'm so sorry, yes, DMOH. She was the second female DMOH, that's the district medical officer of health in Kenya, which was no mean feat at the time. So let's clap for her. And she's held various leadership positions in the health and development sectors for over 30 years, both at the national and regional levels. She headed the Division of Reproductive Health and the Department of Family Health in Kenya for a period of 10 years. And there she was involved in a lot of policy formulation and advocacy. She was appointed the Director General at the Commonwealth Regional Health Secretariat. That's the East Central and Southern Africa Health Community. It's based in Arusha. She coordinated health advocacy and policy issues in 11 countries in that region for 4 years. During her last tenure in the public sector, she was the Director General of the Kenya National Council for Population and Development for 6 years. She coordinated population and development issues linking the public sector and the NGOs, including civil society. She's currently an independent consultant, a coach, and a mentor of women leaders in health. Karibu sana. I have with me, I'll go to the gentleman, Mr. Neto Agostino, who is a Kenyan lawyer. He has an interest in policy, legislation, and strategy in the fields of conflict, human rights, environment, and development. He holds a bachelor's degree in law, LLB, a master's degree in international environment law, LLM, and a master's in international relations, MA/IR, with the topic conflict and development. He's previously worked with international charities and humanitarian organizations that conduct development and human rights programs. He has served 2 terms at the Kenya National Assembly as a representative of Ndiwa, I hope I've pronounced it, Ndiwa constituency, that's in Homa Bay County. He's a director at the Africa Center for Environment Rights and Development and a member of the IPAS AA Board of Directors. Karibu sana. And I went to school with the sister, and he went to our brother's school. With my brother, yes. Okay, so we have Lucy Minayo. Lucy Minayo is the co-chief executive officer at Amplify Girls. This is an international network of African organizations dedicated to building adolescent girls agency. A legal professional with over 20 years of experience in development work, Lucy is skilled in network building and has successfully led initiatives that bring visibility to underrepresented groups. These include establishing the first global entity for home-based childcare workers. She has overseen large government-funded programs on sexual and reproductive health and rights. She has collaborated with partners to strengthen their capacity in this field. Lucy has also led research into very complex Srhr issues, such as the criminalization of consensual sexual conduct among adolescents. Did you know that? And access to Srhr information. That's very interesting. And her work reflects a deep commitment to advancing equity and agency for marginalized groups. Karibu sana, Lucy. Is there any other panelists? I feel like I've... Oopsie. So Charity, please come up as I get your CV. I had opened it somewhere. There you go. I'm very sorry, Charity. So we have Charity Kinya Koronya. She is from the UNFPA. She's a family planning and commodity security program specialist. She's a seasoned program management specialist with a focus on gender, sexual and reproductive health. This include family planning and commodity security, HIV and adolescent and sexual and reproductive health. Her extensive experience spans 28 years and includes work in Srhr, gender, and child protection within development and humanitarian contexts across 10 African countries. Her career trajectory includes notable contributions to organizations such as Family Health Options Kenya, that's FHOK, Planned Parenthood Federations of America, PPFA, UNICEF Somalia, and currently UNFPA Kenya. Her expertise encompasses a wide range of skills essential for effective program management. She is proficient in policy advocacy, behavior change communication, results-based management, capacity building, networking, and innovation. Additionally, she has a proven record of accomplishment in documenting human interest stories and best practices, as well as generating evidence to inform program development and interventions. A very, very warm welcome to Charity. Good, so that is my esteemed panel quite, I think together they make a century of experience under their belts. But that is why we brought them here. So I'll start with you, Aurelia. Maybe just give us your view around your topic, which is the intersection of women economic empowerment together with Srhr. Why are we talking about economic empowerment and we are here for a health discourse?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. When I was told to speak about this, I approached it with a lot of curiosity because it's not an area that often we find as Srhr specialists really intersecting. And so even for me, I had to ask, why does it matter? And one of the reasons I find it matters, it's because it's the reality of our lives as women. Throughout our lives, we are navigating our production and reproduction. We are making choices. Where do I work? What kind of family do I want? So because it is the reality of what we experience, that's why it matters. But in that navigation, I find that we are always negotiating. We are negotiating against norms that we have learnt ourselves, norms that the society is telling us. We are always pushing for more control. We are always bargaining and making trade-offs. And sometimes the trade-off as women we make in navigating our production and reproduction sometimes can take us on risky paths, and sometimes it can also open other opportunities. So my topic today, I think, is going to look at two very broad areas. As you have seen, Srhr is so broad. Now, women economic empowerment is even broader. So you can imagine bringing those two will become a conversation that cannot end today. So one of the things, just to finish off, why this topic is important, I have seen there are certain assumptions that have been made about women economic empowerment. One is that if we increase the financial autonomy of women, you increase their decision-making power. It's not always that way. You can have money, but there are some decisions as a woman you cannot always make about your body. Second last, increased income equals increased access to Srhr. Srhr services are political choices that are made. What is not available is a political choice. Why we don't have abortion services, safe abortion, is a political choice. Why we don't have infertility services that are available, it's a choice, because reproduction, having children in our context is more favored. You're more visible as a woman who is having children, and you're less visible as a woman who is walking around having no children. And I say this as a woman who is almost 45 and I have no children. And I know how that journey, no matter how much income I have, there are certain spaces I cannot access. Then finally, economic empowerment, they say, equals increased information and knowledge. Oftentimes, information is also curated. It is also selective. So you can have all this income and not have access. And then finally, to say that economic empowerment is not just about money. It is more than money, and we are going to unpack more. Thank you.
I think it was quite pertinent that you brought in even your lived experience and the assumption. I get it a lot when GBV is portrayed as the woman who's in the slum, who is unemployed. And we know the face of GBV is wider than that. So it's very interesting to see that even in the economic discussion, we have these certain stereotypes that we've created. So we'll come back to unpack that. Dr. Kibaru, I don't know why they gave you this question, whether because you have 30 years under your belt, but I think we've seen some discussions around the marginalized groups, the forgotten women, and these are the older groups regarding Srhr. Perhaps you can share your insights into the policies. Do we have adequate policies that cover these age groups? Should we do more? Should we even care? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm happy to address this very sensitive area. As you heard even Anne and Chima present, the issue around sexual and reproductive health and rights services of older people, not just women, is like non-existent, and more work needs to be done there. The assumption is when one grows old, then even sexual issues are supposed to be forgotten. It's like older people do not have sexual lives or sexual needs. And I think we need to unpack that, because we know the role of sexual and reproductive health in terms of even the wellness of all individuals. Having said that, I also wish to indicate that the policies, the Kenyan policies, for instance, and even some of the regional policies, they do give just holistic statements on integrated services, services across the life cycle. In fact, if you look at the Kenyan reproductive health policy, it does not discriminate. But for sure, when we go on the ground, we know that this particular category of people, may they be women or men, do not easily access those services. And it is also expected that they don't need the services. It's like, services, in the needs added with giving birth and having family planning. But we recognize that as women and men grow, the hormonal changes come up with a different kind of possible medical situations. I heard somebody mention menopause along the discussions in the morning. And I have had the misfortune of being consulted by ladies who've been treated for malaria every week, like for 2-3 months, because they keep sweating. And they keep going to the health facility, may it be private or public, and because of the level of or lack of awareness and also knowledge among the health workers, they assume it's malaria which is not being diagnosed by the laboratory, so they keep changing this treatment. So I think one of the key issues is basically awareness of the sexual and reproductive health needs of this category of people. Men may not have menopause, but they do get andropause. And as they get older, the testosterone also goes down. They start getting erectile dysfunction. And that's where you heard somebody says, I would rather commit suicide than not wake up with an erection. So how do we then deal with such situations where manhood is at risk because of hormonal issues? So these are things we will continue exploring in this discussion, because basically awareness is key to the people themselves and also to the health workers, that these are natural changes, but they are remedies which they can use to live profitable lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. I remember once posing a question to my audience on social media on whether they think their parents are still having sex. And no one could fathom that their parents are still having sex. So it is important to realize that that age group still needs the care and the policy surrounding. Asante sana. Okay, so Mr. Agostino Neto, yours is a heavy one, so allow me to skip you for now. I'd like to pose this to Lucy. Yeah, Lucy, there have been very many inconsistencies or contradictions within our legal and policy frameworks regarding Srhr, whether it is reproductive rights, particularly of marginalized and at-risk groups. Do you agree with this? And I think in your CV you did mention about, I'd really love you to expound on the consensual adolescent sex, because I have teenagers and they're like,
yes, we are in the same boat. I have 2 teenagers. So I agree. Yeah, so I agree that we do have inconsistencies in our law. We have inconsistencies in our policies. And for me, often times when I think about sexual and reproductive rights and why we are taking too long to implement laws and policies or align our policies to the Constitution, it's a rule of law issue. But many of us don't I think we view rule of law from a civil and political rights dimension, but the refusal, the delays in aligning our laws and our policies to the Constitution, to me, is a significant rule of law issue that we should address. And for the lawyers that are in the room, we need to think about how we begin framing our arguments from a rule of law perspective. But then secondly, we have a very, as was indicated by Prof. and Dr. Chima and even Evelyn in her opening address, we have a very progressive constitution. We have a provision that allows abortion on certain situations. We have reproductive rights recognized in the Constitution, but we have legal frameworks that criminalize some of the services that fall within the prism of reproductive rights. So abortion is a crime under the Penal Code. Is that true or not true? People look like I'm speaking Greek today. Is it a crime? It is a crime, right? Adolescent consensual sexual conduct is a crime, right? Because age of consent is perceived to be 18. LGBTQ issues are criminalized, true or not true, with implications for access to services for these groups. And persons with disabilities, can they consent to sex or not? There is an infantilization of persons with disabilities and an assumption that they cannot consent to sex. And so any sexual conduct with PWDs, particularly where it comes to issues of mental incapacity, I hope I'm using the correct terminology, are considered, it's considered a crime. It's actually rape, sexual assault, etc. So we are taking too long to align these provisions or the law to the Constitution, which is highly problematic for access to services because it's creating a lot of confusion in the ecosystem. These laws are used to penalize those who are seeking services and those who provide services as well. And we've seen cases in Malindi, we've seen providers harassed, we've seen providers taken to court here in Nairobi and many other areas in this country. And so what that does is it creates a chilling effect for individuals that are seeking reproductive rights services. And one of the issues that was indicated was where's the data that shows us this disaggregated data that speaks to access to services so that, we are fast tracking, the reform of the law to enable these groups to access services. So the at-risk groups, those that are most affected, adolescents, we have persons with disabilities, we have the LGBT community. So those are highly impacted by these inconsistencies in the law and the irregularities that we see that are still pervasive in the law.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we'll come to unpack what we can do about it or what work is going through that. But I'd like to go to Miss Charity Coronya, sorry. So she's mentioned about the marginalized groups, but what else? Where else? Which other groups do you also see? Either you add on to them or expound them that have data points that are underrepresenting them, especially in the current policies and programs.
Okay, thank you so much, Daktari. Just to add to what she has said, the other group which is really marginalized and really has a lot of stigmatized are female sex workers. You saw the other day in Kenya, was it in Mombasa, where they were being beaten up. And it's not like this group practice that business alone. I do not know whether the men they are with also have a name. Even me, as a professional, calling them female sex workers, I think it's a wrong terminology, but it's a group which is really marginalized and excluded. We also have people with disabilities, which she has mentioned, but you find that this group, apart from being marginalized, there is also a lot of stereotype. You find that somebody going to the facilities, the first resistance you meet will be with the service provider attitude and biases, wondering, what is she coming to do here if she's going for a service? It's like when she was given birth to, God removed her senses and our senses are too strong. And the belief is that, oh, these people should not be having children, these people should not be married, they are going to replicate, we are going to have so many people with disabilities, which are all stereotypes, and this really makes these people quite marginalized. The other group are the refugees. Find that the refugees, apart from the impact of not being in their country or not being their natural setup, they are really face a lot of challenges. Even the fact that they are going to a facility to seek for service, they feel discriminated. They already have trauma of all what they have gone through. And you saw from Professor's presentation, sex rape is being used as a weapon of war. So these people already are facing other challenges, and at the same time, when they go for service, they also have other challenges. The other people are the transgender, she just mentioned. Just the other day, you saw them demonstrating in town, and our law allows them to access services. But again, when they go for the services, the service providers, again, will not be very positive. Apart from the service provider, the systems, the structures are not favorable, because when they go, the first thing is like, oh, when they proclaim their gender, is like, oh, so are we going to treat you as a man or as a woman? And you find that now, as a result, they feel so discriminated, they feel out of place. And just to add to what she has said, adolescent and young people, I think this is a group which is really, really also being marginalized. And in Kenya, it is very sad that there has been a lot of retrogressive in all the work which has been done on adolescent and in Srh, that now a young person must seek the parents' consent to get family planning services. Yet, she went there because she's sexually active. But if you tell me now, I mean, I can't imagine going to tell my mother at Nipeleke clinic, take me to the clinic. So this is also another group which is also marginalized, and also the LGBTI team. They really also face a lot of challenges when it comes to services.
Thank you so much. So we go to Agostino. Do you think politicians are a marginalized group? But that's on a light note. Your question is about policy making. So you've been in this sector for quite a while, I think a decade, at least in official representation. What has been your experience in terms of the shaping of Srhr policy making? How maybe take us through how bills or policies get turned into law in Parliament, and whether Srhr is a hotly debated topic. Do you guys get divided between pro-choice, pro-life, and things like that? What's the behind the scenes? I know it wasn't in your question, but I thought I'd throw that in. Yeah.
And thank you very much. First of all, it's an honor to be on a panel with distinguished ladies. And all my life I've been engaged in women's rights issues. I feel like I belong. So I am really, really in a correct panel. I'll say many things and land on your question. Thanks so much for asking that question. But before I respond to what you've asked, I want to say three things. I want to tie in on to the presentation by Professor and Chima as well, so that at least I contextualize a couple of things. I've been engaged in sexual reproductive health for a long time. I think when there were DASCOs, so she knows what that means. So that's how long I've been engaged in sexual reproductive health. So three things. Sexual reproductive health issues, number one, is a human rights issue. I'll unpack that. You said it. When you say a human rights issue, it simply means that there are two things that are on the plate. That number one, there are freedoms. Number two, there are entitlements. Okay. So if there are freedoms and entitlements, I am trying to answer your question. As politicians, we talk like this, so that's the number one part of the things that inform the lawmaking process in the House of Parliament is some of these things that I try to unpack. The second issue that informs sexual reproductive health legislation and policy is the politics of it, and I think she mentioned it. You know, the politics of lawmaking, and I'll explain what that means. And the third is that sexual reproductive health issues are development issues. Development is about life chances. You know, the example that Professor gave of Dr. Wala and the lady in the slums is because sexual reproductive health, those who can access, which is what I'm going to break in the first part, is based on incomes. It's based on their life chances. It's based on what, you know, so a woman who is well abled is able to access abortion, is able to access family planning, as opposed to is able to access legal services for GBV, unlike the woman who is not developed. Development is not a road, it's not infrastructure, it's not a plane, it is enhancing your life chances. So if you're talking about sexual reproductive health issues, you must then remember that it's about life chances of people living in various categories. At the House of Parliament, if sexual reproductive health is a human rights issue, lawmaking sometimes is informed by culture. You have men and women who think that as a Luo or as a Kamba or as a Maasai, this is not what our culture dictates. And we were making the legislation on protection against domestic violence bill. And those of you who know, I was at the forefront of making the protection against domestic violence bill. Even some women found it strange or hard, women legislators, I say that, found it difficult to support the protection against domestic violence bill. Because from where she comes from, once or twice, it's good to be shouted at, talked at, occasionally slapped, so it's okay. So when you, in this day and age, a young man, at that time, you want to talk about protection against domestic violence, what do you know? So it's a cultural aspect, you know, they're happy. So, you know, one of the things we put in the legislation was, you know, ogling or looking at a woman in a way that is offensive would be domestic violence. And then they ask, you mean if I ogle, that's violence? What law is that? So cultural issues have a way of impacting the lawmaking process at the House of Parliament, you know. So most people will not support laws that they think are not against the culture. But the second thing that most people might not understand here is religion and how religion works at the House of Parliament. Most of you might not know is that the House of Parliament actually has a chapel. There's a chapel, so those of us who are fairly religious go there to pray. But that there are also associations of members of Parliament in various groups. And one of the strongest of them is the Catholic Members of Parliament Association. You might not know. They meet singularly every week, and they do mass and they pray and they discuss issues, legislation that is coming up. So that is why when you see something about sexual reproductive health, the Pope doesn't like that. My Bible doesn't say that. So you already have a problem because then religion is, you know, they coalesce together not as a cultural level, but now they coalesce together at a religion level. This is so when you see some of these members of Parliament speak, they're speaking for their religion. It is not one person. It is many of them. Some cannot speak, and one of the disadvantages we have right now is the current speaker is a strong member of the Catholic Union. The third problem you have in the lawmaking is a problem of leadership, national leadership, and I'll explain. Currently, President Ruto is very religious. So you have a problem there. I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta won't care less what law you're passing. I'm just telling you the facts as they are for sexual reproductive health. No, I mean, the president right now will be interested in LGBTQ issues. He'll be interested in abortion. He'll be interested in everything else. Uhuru Kenyatta won't care the less. You understand? So the issue of leadership as well, you know, so then the tone and how then you engage in this then becomes another cardinal and important issue. The fourth impact in terms of legislation is the issue of gender. and gender roles. For the longest, apart from cultural issues, most men also think that there are a few things that they don't want to touch. The latest engagement, which was, for example, I just want to give you an example, the representation of women, the two-third gender legislation and representation of women. You find that most men think if you have more women in the House of Parliament, it's not okay. That there's a constitutional provision under Article 27(8) that says that there should be no more than 2/3. That's a rule of law. It's constitutionalism. It's a constitution that says there should be not more than 2/3 women. I don't like it, but it's a constitution. You like it, it's a constitution, So most men would not want to engage with things that they think is a gender issue. In fact, that's how come you see when there are women-related legislation. And if you look at the history of Parliament, very many things that are pro-women rights, pro-women, have taken long to pass because you just deny them quorum. I mean, they need quorum, so let's go and take tea outside. Let's go and eat donuts. These are things for women. Is it finished? Then now you can go back. And that is how come, you have legislation, for example, the Marriage Act, Protection Against Domestic Violence Bill, Matrimonial Property Act, legislation that would have which should have been enacted earlier, takes 50 years, 60 years to enact. Because have they come back with these issues? So those four things, in my view, then also have a great impact. But the last one that I'd like to talk about, which is I think one of the questions that I'll also answer later on, is if we are going to discuss sexual reproductive health as a human rights issue, then those of you who appreciate human rights is that, and she mentioned it, health belongs to the second branch of rights, which is economic, social, cultural rights. Now, how then do you deal with economic, social, cultural rights? It is that you have to make legislation and other policy steps. That's the first. The second is its progressive realization. And the third, within the maximum of available resources. Now, those three things impact in terms of how then as policymakers, because if you're going to be discussing sexual reproductive health issues as a legislative issue, most members of parliament will always be asking, where's the money for this thing? Where's the money to give abortion rights? Where's the money to give condoms? Where's the money to give pills? In their view, why do you want to put money, most politicians like money in places where they steal. They're not going to steal condoms or pills. They want to erode or water. To put money into these sexual reproductive health issues is a deterrence. It's not one of the things we want to engage in. So I really think that in terms of making progress, the budgetary function of any government or the budgetary function of any House of Parliament, a house or leaders are as good as the amount of money they put on the health issue. So to the extent that this particular government or any government does not budget or put money to sexual reproductive health issues, then you just know how or what they consider is as important to them. So those many issues, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to, I know I'm in a panel. I apologize. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's why I gave you the last mic. But I think you've given us insight. Have you guys seen? After we do all this and then why our things are getting stuck on the other side, which is a reality, yeah? It's a reality of culture, gender lens, and politics generally. So they say choices have consequences, yeah? So Lucy, I think I will want to piggyback on him in terms of how has been your experience with trying to bring the voice of marginalized groups in Srhr, especially in policy making. Now that he's mentioned, those are the hurdles within the parliament. Are you seeing any other hurdles outside, whether it's structural or it's contextual, especially with highlighting the issues of these marginalized groups?
Yes, sir. And before I answer that question, Amakove, just allow me to, because we have people in the audience that potentially haven't engaged in reproductive rights, just to to make sure that we live here with a correct understanding of a couple of things. So while our constitution allows for abortion, the penal code criminalizes procuring an abortion, and it criminalizes access to abortion. And so the progressive reproductive rights advocates here will tell you abortion is restricted. It's not illegal. But if you go to the community and you talk to your ordinary Njoki, Minayo in the street, they'll tell you that abortion is illegal. Now that's a confusion that needs to be done away with. Because what it does is to prohibit individuals from accessing services. In fact, a lot of the post-abortion services are provided because people procured abortion from quacks or they initiated the process themselves. So that's a contradiction that needs to be worked on, so that a person that seeks abortion services knows there is no confusion in their mind that they are seeking a service that they can get from a public facility or a private facility. Then secondly, the issue of consensual sexual conduct. And I invite you to read a briefing paper that we worked on some years back. If you check my LinkedIn, you'll see it somewhere there. Because the age of consent is set at 18 by default, then that feeds into a perceived age of consent for accessing services, which is set at 18 by default. I mean, the idea being that adolescents cannot seek, if you're not having sex, why are you seeking SRH services and information as well? But we know that, for example, we do have policies that that recognize that adolescents are deserving of health services. So the HIV/AIDS national treatment and care service and care policy sets a minimum age of consent to services. So there is an age at which an adolescent can access services, but they need to get parental consent, and then at 15 and above they can get those services. But then you go to the Children's Act, and access to services is on the basis of parental consent. I mean, crazy confusion. You go to the National Adolescent Sexual and Reproductive Health Policy, where we even have a greater absurdity of age 21. So that's what I mean by it's the conflation of consent to sex, conflating it with consent to services, and denying adolescents, as a consequence, viewing them as not having capacity to access these services, which is highly problematic. We saw the statistics shared by Prof. that our HIV/AIDS incidence is highest among adolescents. So that's something that has to be unpacked. Now, to your question, Amakove, and I just want to connect it with what Neto said about the challenges. So one great challenge that we all think about as reproductive health advocates is the anti-SRHR movement. You see, we have a confused legal and policy regime. So our messaging can never be consistent. In fact, you'll meet a reproductive rights advocate who will tell you, abortion is illegal. What are you saying that adolescents should access abortion services? It is illegal. In fact, adolescents should not access services. So with this inconsistency, it's been weaponized by anti-SRHR actors. They have one message, a message grounded on family values, that when we introduce abortion, when we start talking about adolescent SRHR, when we talk about comprehensive sexuality education, we are anti-family, we are anti-values of the country. And these arguments, these groups have actually used this argument to influence certain actions in our country. Remember in 2013, standards and guidelines on abortion, which were providing guidance to medics to offer this service to individuals, they were withdrawn. Do we remember that? If we don't, I invite you to just Google even now, but pay attention. So standards and guidelines were withdrawn. Secondly, these groups were behind Kenya's withdrawal from the East and Southern Africa commitment on comprehensive sexuality education. So we signed that document several years back. We were in agreement that CSE was a problem in our country. We are out of that agreement as a country. Thirdly, we've seen how these groups have weaponized the reservation. So Kenya is a signatory to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and NATO gave us that reproductive rights are human rights. One of the provisions, now the Charter creates the Maputo Protocol, which is like the Women's Rights Charter in Africa. Within the Maputo Protocol, you have provisions on Srhr. In fact, very progressive provisions that go beyond what is in our constitution. However, Kenya has entered a reservation on 14 to one of the provisions, which kind of makes implementation of that Article 14 irrelevant, impossible. Okay, so these groups have used that provision to pursue an anti-Srhr agenda in courts. They have used that we have a reservation to Article 14(2)(c), so we cannot amend the Penal Code, we can't amend the Sexual Offences Act, etc. Now, these are significant challenges that make it, and they've even used some of our commitments to push against that. Look, there are countries that are going beyond what we have in our penal code insofar as it addresses LGBT issues. We have countries right across the border that are passing very, very regressive laws on LGBT, and said, why are we repealing our law? If other countries are passing, very restrictive laws, let's retain our penal code provisions. So this is the situation that confronts all of us, but makes it even more challenging for marginalized groups. The adolescents that I talked about, the persons living with disability, LGBT groups, sex workers, and many others, people in rural areas, people who are, we talked about the urbanization of poverty, etc. And so these groups will never find challenges, and for those of you who work with adolescents or with any of these groups, it's extremely difficult for them to access policy spaces, etc., etc. I don't know if you want me to talk about what we can do, because we don't need to be apocalyptic. Yeah, so what's happening? Is there a silver lining? There is. The National Council on the Administration of Justice began a process of reviewing the Sexual Offences Act to decriminalize consensual sexual conduct. That's a low-hanging fruit for those of us in the ecosystem. Let's jump on that bus. Let's support the NCAJ to amend the Sexual Offences Act so that adolescent consensual sexual conduct is removed from the criminal provisions, and adolescents can access services. Providers can feel free to provide these services without risk of recrimination. Secondly, there's an effort to amend the Penal Code to bring it into conformity with the Constitution. Article 26(4) on abortion, Article 43 on reproductive rights, and 27 on equality and non-discrimination. This effort, I think, is led by the National Council as well on Administration of Justice, another low-hanging fruit that we can jump on. 3, there are bodies that can support us in efforts to remove the reservation to Article 14(2)(c). And I invite us as civil society actors that work in Kenya to engage with entities like the National Commission on Human Rights. That is their mandate, to advise the government, to push and get the government to greater compliance. So that's another issue that we can pick up and pursue, including with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And then finally, the Child Rights Committee in Africa has outlined some very robust guidelines on adolescent consensual sex, adolescent access to services, and many others. I think it's important for us to this is something that we need to popularize in our country. and bring it into the line of sight of people like the DPP and the police, so that we minimize the harassment that providers are facing and the criminalization that individuals seeking services are facing. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we have a lot to do, but one step at a time. I'd like to ask Aurelia, if you piggyback on giving us an example of how you're sorting out the intersection, or what kind of programs or examples where the intersection of women economic empowerment and SRHR are successful, and also maybe what are kind of policies or evidence that you'd need to support your work further. The way she has also highlighted the kind of groups that are in that space. I think if we can follow that model, that would be good.
Thank you. In looking at the literature, and the work that I've also done, most programs seem to address this intersection, whereby you will find if someone is designing SRHR program, they might have a women economic component in it. However, some of these, I think the critique that I see coming out of these approaches, some of them are very project-based. And women economic empowerment is a process, is a long journey. And because some of them don't touch on the structural issues that really affect women economic empowerment, once these projects are over, women go back to either worse spaces or they go back to how they were. But normally it's worse. So I think with that critique, then we have to design programs if we have to, because the call is to integrate even as we are thinking. Although I saw some evidence that actually shows not always when you integrate you will find good results as well. But when we look at women economic empowerment, what really it entails is access and control over resources, building agency, power and autonomy. And therefore we have to go beyond projects like cash transfers. They are good, they get women by. And I've spoken to many women and say, yes, I'm in a chama, I'm in a group, and I'm getting by. But when the climatic conditions come, and if I'm in an agricultural space and all my crops are destroyed, I don't have markets, I go back to where I am. So there has to be structural intentionality in really transforming the economic space. Kenya has the Women Empowerment Economic Strategy 2020-2025, so it's coming to an end. I see an opportunity where we can now, and it's under the State Department of Gender, I now see how the conversation of women economic empowerment and SRHR intersection can really be prioritized in the next round of strategy. So that's one opportunity we can explore. The other thing I think we can explore is we really have to look at SRHR financing, because out of pocket, if women and men are paying out of pocket, which is the reality for SRHR services, and more so, the population that I have now come to realize is very affected, women with reproductive cancers. And we spoke to a group of women recently who spoke to us, and there are women who are living through breast cancer or cervical cancer. And they said right now, if you go to Kenyatta with the Srhr, you cannot access treatment. The drugs are there because the hospital is saying we have not been paid our arrears, so you can only pay cash. So no matter how much economic empowerment you expand for these women, as long as we are depending on an out-of-pocket payment for SRHR, then it will be a zero-sum game. So the other thing I also explored with these women, many of them now have ended up dying. We have lost so many women, and I think that's something that has also not been studied. The economic cost of losing women in their reproductive years, women who could be working. And one of the things that has emerged is the children they leave behind. And one of the women was actually saying some of these children then end up getting pregnant and the cycle continues. So I think we really have to look at the financing model. And I think finally saying we have to be courageous. We know that the reason why we cannot afford healthcare is because our healthcare is dependent on aid. And if I remember, my economics professor always told us, no country has ever developed from aid. Absolutely none. We have to finance our own healthcare. And because aid, and I feel the other challenge with the way aid is structured is because it creates a parallel system. Right now, all the best human resource are either in an NGO or in a private sector. They are not in the public sector. Look at us, all of us. Why are we not working in the public sector? Can you imagine if we were working in the public sector, how much we would push? So because we are not in spaces, and then we also don't utilize the public spaces, we don't go to public hospitals, so we can't speak of what we don't know. We will go to Aga Khan, but the women we are serving are going to the clinic. So because even amongst us women, we don't access the same things, then we don't speak the same voice. And another professor also told us, it is the middle class who create the clout. Poor women often do not have the clout to push things. And I think you can see from the femicide movement, the only reason this movement, it is not that people have not been fighting against the women being killed. The feminist movement got its strength when the middle class women joined the streets. So I think for us who are working in NGOs, and I feel the constraint we have is because we are constrained by mandates of our organizations. And sometimes as a consultant, I'm also constrained. But at what cost? Because then we cannot speak about the things we want to speak about. We cannot say, why are we having a neoliberal approach to our economics? Everything is privatized. Why are we not developing our public sector? And so today I really beseech, just like Prof, we have to be courageous. If we have to have aid, we have to negotiate more boldly because we are silent. And one of the things that NGO workers have constantly told me is the fatigue of chasing for aid. You're constantly from one project to another, one aid basket to another. You never have time to reflect what you're doing. You don't have time to critique what Professor was saying, the local research agenda. It is one aid after another. If they want climate change, you're now doing SRHR and climate change. If it is we and SRHR, so it's always touch and go. I think it's time we be bold, even if we have mandates. I think as middle class women, as the professionals with the experience, we have to stand up and really challenge the global systems of how aid is being structured and our own domestic financing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aurelia. You remind me of my time in the NGO sector. We used to say after every major conference, we are looking for the buzzwords because that's where the money is going to be. So it is very real that we need to move these conversations out of this room. It's very important. I think the team tried to get government as well as county representation because we felt the voice was very heavy on implementers, but I think they were not very successful, which again also directs you to how important is this conversation to government for them not to show up, yeah? Yeah, so that's the reality. So I am on the menti.com. Sam, if you're able to project it. There are already 5 questions here. So I'll allow me to use those questions to throw to the panel so that we mix this session. There's a question on FGM. I think we've not tackled FGM. I don't know who would want to pick it, so this is random. I have learned of traditional practice in Mandera on female genital banning. Is this a non-phenomenon of FGM? So this is still SRHR, isn't it? Female genital banning. Banning kuchoma, burning, burn. My daughter will say burn. Mom, it's not ban, it's burn. Eh? Banning. Yeah, just
this is a new emerging issue on FGM. I just want to attempt to respond. What I know is that when there is so much advocacy on the harmful practice, people tend to modify it. So it could be another way of trying to modify FGM rather than maybe cutting. Now maybe they are trying to do the banning. So as I'm saying, I'm not very, very confident about it, but I think it is a new dynamic in terms of how do we ensure this is more acceptable in the community rather than the cut. Maybe we can do the ban, like the people would do symbolic bloodletting just to say that they have been cut. So maybe it is an emerging issue on FGM.
I'll also give the audience at some point to answer, so we don't hold the answers here. There's a question on biomedical research in the SRHR space so that we can reduce dependency on SRHR commodities sourced externally. The audience is also free to answer if you're an expert in commodity supplies, but I know Charity, that's your space. So we are talking about Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, being less donor dependent. What's the role of biomedical research in this space of SRHR to reduce dependency?
Well, I think there's been a lot of advocacy to have local manufacturers of the FP and SRH commodities. I know the the NAC, the former NAC, is doing a lot of advocacy to have a local manufacturing of condoms, but I don't think it has gone very far. But apart from the biomedical research, one of the things they did was to come up with an investment case, which is outlining all the challenges what the local manufacturers are going to face in terms of having a local condom manufacturing plant in Kenya. So I believe that's an area which requires to be really further researched. And just to add in terms of commodity security, for sure, I just want to add to what Aurelia said. At this time, Kenya has been classified as a low-middle income country, and yet 60% to 80% of our commodities are from partners. I think it is the high time the government took up this in terms of commodity security and ensure that really we have the government supporting the commodities. When Dr. Kibaro used to be the Director General of National Council for Population, she used to say, why should donors fund our bedroom affairs? Why can't the government fund our bedroom affairs? So right now, just to say that we have serious looming stock out of FP commodities because of the USAID withdrawal, who are major contributors to the basket of commodities. And right now, we are really having serious challenge. If the government does not step up to really support the commodities, then in the next 6 months, we will be really stocked out. I know I've not answered the question.
I'd like to hear from Dr. Kibaru whether she got an answer to our bedroom affairs.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the issue of domestic financing for our reproductive health commodities has been on the table for a very long time. And coupled with that, of course, is the whole issue of total market approach, because you realize that the public sector commodities are also issued to the private sector for free, while they do charge some service charge or whatever it is they call it. So that discussion, I think, remains uncompleted, and that is something which should really come to a conclusion so that the public health commodities are really used for the disadvantaged, the indigents, those who really cannot afford the services. Having said that, I don't know whether PS Kenya is still in the room. I sit in their board, and I know there have been discussions around working with the manufacturers. Maybe if you could let, I forget your name, speak up, because I know there's been some work around local manufacturing.
Thank you, Dr. Kibaru and Dr. Wala. Good morning, everyone. I hope it's still morning. Afternoon already? Okay. So yes, my name is Dr. Charlotte Pahe from PS Kenya. So unfortunately, that particular project on local manufacturing, well, with Dr. Tim Theory, I was happy to see him, that the partnership is joint, is actually stopped. It's under one of the ones that USAID has terminated. And so far, I was talking to the chief of party yesterday, and she said she doesn't even know whether there's a possibility of reseeding, because I'm aware others have received a reseed. So we are now there. I think the only other thing that PS Kenya is doing to try and match the gap is to see to what extent our social marketing approach can meet the gap. But you know that means someone has to pay. And like Aurelia rightly said, for as long as you're asking a woman to have to pay for something, there's a possibility she'll not be able to access it. Not everybody can.
Okay. I'm glad that you've answered, because I want to give that mic to someone else in the audience. And this is Joyce Mudeu. Are you here? Yes. So Joyce is from Willow Health Media. So we've spoken a lot about the other stakeholders, but I'd like to throw this question to you as a health media practitioner. What's the place of media in SRHR in all these conversations that we've been hearing from here? Just a summary. I know I've thrown and there are 4 more people whom I'll surprise like that.
Yes, I'm surprised. You've caught me off guard. I'm Joyce Muthel from Willow Health Media. We're a health and science outlet and a grantee of the Gates Foundation here in Kenya. And our CEO is Dr. Srhr. She's the CEO and editor-in-chief. I'm sure you've seen her previously on NTV and KTN. And I'm here to represent her today.
Joyce, please raise your voice.
Oh, okay.
Or you can stand up.
Okay.
That will project.
So I'll just try to briefly explain. So Willow Health Media, I think so far, we're the only local media house which has extensively published stories on USAID funding, and we are talking to communities on the ground, the beneficiaries, implementing partners, just to see what impacts the withdrawal of funding has had on them. And so the role of media, from where I sit, is just to amplify and to talk to the people on the ground, the final beneficiaries. We've talked to OVCs, that's orphans and vulnerable children. We've talked to sex workers. We've talked to women who are getting financial aid in chamas and what do you call the round table groups. Yeah. So the role of the media really is just to amplify the voices and make them heard so that the government can see the gap and see how to fill in the gap. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, so you translate all this hard evidence to the Mwananchi language. Is that what you do?
And then we also got access to a document which has the specific programs that were stopped, and you know, some of them are written in initials, so you can't really tell what was this project, what was it doing. So we've broken down the document. We'll publish it, I think, this week. So we look at the sorry. So we look at what was the project, what was the project ID, where was it, who did it affect. Then we go to the ground to get these specific people, so that it stops looking like a technical document. It's something which people can relate to and say, oh, so these people, this is what they were doing, and now it's been cut off. So where do we go from here? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Joyce. I'd like to call Dr. Kabugo, and I want to link it to this question on the role of local knowledge in addressing SRHR issues in our country. We seem to be borrowing these policies from white people, quote unquote, hence the confusion. Please tie it up to the work that you're doing with the menopause health cafes. Dr. Kabugo is right there in blue. So this is about advocacy, but now looking at, link it up to how have your conversations come down to Kenyan context in terms of SRHR?
Okay, my name is Kavugo Kamau. I am a clinical pharmacist and also a trained menopause practitioner. I am a member of the Menopause Society, which is the organization that certifies us as menopause practitioners. I am perimenopausal, so a lot of times I have to read and reread what you just asked me. So put it back up for me, Amakove. Okay, so a lot of, first of all, let me tell you why I started. I started what is called the Women's Health Cafe, which is a informational, educational, empowerment platform for women. And this is all around their sexual reproductive health. And the reason why I started that particular community, we are almost 2,000 women now, is because I found too many women who had no clue about what was going on with their bodies. One of my first conversations before I started this community was a woman who didn't know that she had a vagina and a urethra and could not differentiate the two. And this woman was already postmenopausal. And I thought, she's a grandmother, she's a mother, which means there is information that has been lost in between there. So I decided to start this group, and we started from anatomy, like what is in my body. What many women didn't even know they had cervixes. They didn't know the difference between a cervix and an ovary, you know. So it was starting from scratch. Because of my age and the kind of networks I have, they are all pretty much, we started off with women my age who are now perimenopausal, postmenopausal, or they're in between. Many women come and say, I don't even know whether I'm at the beginning, at the end, in the middle, I have no clue. So we have a monthly support group meeting, which is physical, and we sit down and we introduce ourselves like we're at AA, and we say, my name is so-and-so, and I am. And many women cannot say perimenopausal or menopausal or postmenopausal. They don't know where they are on that spectrum. So I realized it was, first of all, a gap from adolescence. We've been talking about it here. And in fact, then I started classes for young women, because young women, okay, those in the middle class have, or even elsewhere, they have period parties. They are told, okay, this is all about your periods. They are told about how the period works. But then they are never told about STIs. They are never told about one day you might wake up and here you have a fibroid. What is a fibroid? What does that even entail, right? Nobody tells them that one day it's very common that we shall wind up with endometriosis. What is endometriosis and how does it affect me? So we started with just the adolescents, and then their mothers, and then their grandmothers. So this community is it has all ages. So we have mother-daughter groups in there, and it has been eye-opening. So I think a lot of it was, we were not taught. We were told, here are your periods, here are your pads, go forth and multiply. But nobody told us that one day this thing will stop. And I remember my first engagement with a social reproductive health practitioner. I was 15, I had amenorrhea, and so I told my dad that my period has not been coming like it should, and he said, okay, let's go see a doctor. And he took me to see my dad was a doctor, he took me to see his colleague. And all I remember that man saying when he came in, of course his bedside manner wasn't perfect, so he left one room, came into my room saying, that uterus has to go. It just has to go. It is really bad. It is terrible. And in my head, I'm thinking, what is a uterus? What has that got to do with me? And I never heard the word uterus again until much later. And so I thought, these women need to be educated. It is our education system that has failed us, because I think this information should be given to us when we are much younger. I think by the time a woman is starting to menstruate, she needs to know that menopause is coming. There were so many women in the group who had hysterectomies, and nobody told them. So you get your hysterectomy at 30, and nobody tells you that somewhere down the line, some symptoms might show up, or maybe they show up immediately, but there was an informational gap. So the Women's Health Cafe has been growing. We're growing, and now we've outgrown our WhatsApp group, so I'm looking for ways to accommodate other women. But the main question I ask myself is what we are discussing here. How do I get to that woman who doesn't have WhatsApp? How do I get to that woman who doesn't have access to a phone? Because this information is affecting all of us. Menopause especially, which is what I major in, but menopause will affect 50% of this population, and 100% of this population will be affected eventually, one way or the other. So I tell women, menopause is not an individual problem, it is a community problem, and that is how we approach it. So we do several different events around reproductive health. We do have support from some partners. I try to keep it within the neighborhood so that it's easy. So AAR will always be ready and handy to come and do HPV vaccines for those women, the young girls. But I always wonder, how do we reach the other girls, all the other girls? And that's been my challenge. I'm working on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kabugo. And you're doing a fantastic job. I'm also beneficial to that. Now, the next person I'll surprise, she's called Rachel Moniki. Right over there. And I just picked her organization, Pussy Power. Pussy Power, but I won't ask you about Pussy. First of all, tell us about your organization, but then let me know how in your organization you are able to include men because this is a question. The question of male involvement in SRHR remains a teething issue and a thorn in our flesh. What's the practical way out? Have you engaged men? So give us something about your organization, and then whether you're in that space of male involvement.
Thank you so much. As you all know, my name is Icrw Mwikali, the first petitioner also for reproductive health policy 2022 to 2032. So mnafaa mnipigie makofi kama mheshimiwa. I come from Pussy Power Movement. It's not an organization, it's a movement. We work around dismantling bodily autonomy and integrity. And the reason why we chose the name Pussy Power is around the narrative work on how our pussies have been demonized. If you look questions on GBV and the amazing presentation from Prof. Ann is exactly what Pussy Power stands for. Politics around even housing rights, human rights, politics around when we go through rape is through our vagina, unsafe abortion, GBV, everything we get discriminated because we have pussy. And that's why we said, instead of saying women power, let's bring a very radical, problematic, good name, perfect name that can make people have conversation, and it can make people get interested. And it can bring also humor, and it can also make us as women own up the power we have, and girls and communities. And that's why you will see in Pussy Power, it does not only have women, it has men, it has children, it's our community. And when you do the festival, most of the time, even the people give more money to us are the men and the women and the children, the community. And that's why we usually say for every amazing, even woman who's sitting next there, it takes Pussy Power to be you. So Pussy. So concerning the work on male engagement, one of the intervention and strategy we use as movement builders and community organizer, because we work in community we live in, we make it simple what Mina you are saying. Based on our lived reality, what does SRHR, for example, mean? And SRHR is not a women issue. And I was showing here my friend Alima, even some of the work we're doing last week on sex, sexuality, and pleasure. And even styles that people are using to enjoy sex, sexuality. And this was a very interesting conversation, being that even most of us, when you're socialized, from the community, we never taught on pleasure-based sex. We only taught sex is for having babies. And we know clearly sex also is for pleasure. And we need to have healthy sex. And sex also is not only for heterosexuals, it's also for LGBTQ people. And that's why, like around men engagement, this is an area that we have been able to tap in a lot of men in the conversation on sexuality and pleasure. Even on access to safe abortion, because also we have realized a lot of our cases that we get, people refer also men to us. So even using the word Pussy Power, we have also been able to engage men in reggae. If you know King Lion, Papa Charlie, that's why you'll see most of us. I know Evelyn, you watch me a lot on reggaes on Friday and Sunday, where we're able to engage men. Football clubs, you'll see most of us attend football clubs because we feel this is also a constituency that most of us don't look into it. Bases in the community, and then also just making it our normal discussion, because sex, sexuality, and pleasure falls under SRHR, and many of us, even in this room, if I ask you, even how many of the women have orgasm, we'll not talk about it. We can talk about menopause, but when it comes to our bodily autonomy, we are a bit shy, we'll be judged. So that's my answer. However, I had a question also.
Okay, go ahead.
The last one, because apart from the work on SRHR, we do also intersectional movement building. And one of the biggest issues I was telling even Alima we are having is that with our peasant farmers, and this is also like to comrades also we're working with, let's say, Bill Gates Foundation. We stand for food sovereignty, but our farmers are also saying, you SRHR activists, you work with Bill Gates. Bill Gates supports SRHR because now there's also a lot of cut-off finding. However, the same Bill Gates is supporting GMO, and us we're not supporting GMO. So even to the room, and this is something also with anti-gender, anti-choice, and NATO, you being there, you can help us also as a duty bearer, where I've seen also duty bearers who are problematic. They're like, Rachel, with you on food sovereignty, we can stand together. But on abortion, LGBTQ, we are not together. So even us in the room, how do we ensure that all this intersecting, because food sovereignty also affects SRHR. Do we balance this contradiction? I can disagree with Dr. Ngare on SRHR and abortion, but on GMO, I'm like, we are together. We have the same position. So even to this room, to advance even our work on climate or SRHR, how do we sharpen these contradictions amongst ourselves, not to be put heads on amongst ourselves? Because also that's my biggest worry, when all of us now will start fighting against each other and not look on the common enemy. Asante.
Thank you. I don't know whether Dr. Kitulu from World Medical Association, she's the president of World Medical Association. Do you want to tackle that, the contradiction, but leverage it on also your leadership experience, because you're leading this whole movement, all these doctors in the world, there are those who are pro-choice, there's those who are anti-choice. So it may not necessarily be the exact answer, but how do you ensure convergence and movement in one direction while still respecting people's autonomies to have opinions, yeah?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Dr. Jacqueline Kitulu. I'm the president-elect of the World Medical Association. And and I'm a Women Lift Health alumni with Evelyn here. I think there are several in the room. So I'm a COVID and following, Dr. Kabugo has left, yes, perimenopausal women. You ask long questions following on many other long ones, and I'm like, which one? But I think I will just put it in the context of leadership. Because even answering those, getting convergence, you need a leader. You need someone to step in to lead. And in fact, I'd wanted to make this comment because when I looked at the presentation from Professor Kehara, and she talked about leadership and governance being that critical point that transforms all these things we are talking about, policies and implementing them comes from a leadership point. And when we look at making those policies, the wearer of the shoes knows where it pinches. Now, when you have policy tables that don't have wearers of the shoe, they also have other priorities, which are real priorities, but are they priorities that are linked to SRHR, which we're talking about in this context at this point in time? And in that leadership perspective, we have such an underrepresentation of women in those tables. And you saw the slide, and I think the last one showed like about 4% of women of color at C-suite level. Just 4%. And it's an interesting discussion I had somewhere else, and they were talking about the hierarchy of leadership. It starts with white American man, white European, and then Asian men, then white women. Well, at the bottom, African, black women. So I think in this context, for me, what I see is that need for us to normalize women in leadership, and it comes through very many various places. Getting into those platforms, speaking up, and in the places where we are, there are many programs that are also working to build the leadership capacity. So I spoke about Women Lift Health, which has thematic programs, leadership programs. For women, there's one on FP, so that you know how to speak that language that will change the policy. There's learning the language that moves the policy. So that, you can sit in that space and speak with the lawyers there, and you're on the same platform, there are many of us, I am a medic, and many of us are not taught to speak in these places, but leadership programs that grow you and enable you to articulate those issues. So that even as, the question that was presented, those are the things that now you begin to hear and are able to put on the policy table and be able to influence. So right now, even with the political climate, with the changes in policy, global policy funding, all these things are going to affect that drive which was moving towards gender equity and programs that were supporting that. That's going to be affected, and it will be more of the crisis issues, the conflicts, because those long-term efforts are sort of put on the sideline. So again, we really need to get back on and look what can we do as ourselves in terms of transforming that leadership to ensure that we meet the needs that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think someone once taught me in coaching that you need to learn to manage your manager. So I think leadership skills are very important. I'd like to field one more person from the audience, and then I'll give my panelists the one round to just give their closing remarks. Professor Olunga, are you here? Thank you, Prof. This one sounds like a professorial question. So how do we ensure alignment between the research agenda launched here by ICRW and the Ministry of Health's Reproductive Health Priority Research Learning Agenda? So the convergence of, we are all being funded to do different things. How does it align to the national level and trickling down? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. First, let me also take this opportunity to thank the presenters and the panelists. I think this has been amazing learning curve. What we do realize is that once most researches are driven by external forces, it becomes rather difficult sometimes to ensure that the researchers have some local ownership and anchorage within different spaces. Secondly, I also tend to think that we are rather we are very conservative, and governments by nature are even extremely conservative. And I like what Neto said. When you get into political spaces where the political class tend to be linguistically more moral than their behavior, you know, there is an extensive linguistic morality in which everybody is moral in terms of what they say, and in comparative sense with what they do are not in tandem at all. So when you look at that kind of space where we want to be seen to be doing the right thing within Christian principles, I can tell you for free that women's health and rights become secondary. So if you look at even us, and sometimes what I wonder, because I see even my colleagues within the university system, once they go up the ladder to be ministers and everything else, the language changes. Professor Kibara, I hope, and I hope the language, I don't know how it changes. I'm sure even our colleague, Professor Magoha, may God rest his soul in peace, who was a very progressive individual, you reach some kind of policy space and the language changes. So I wish NATO has given us just a glimpse of what it looks like. I wish one of us would become a minister one of these good days, and then they give us exactly what then happens, because most of the research outputs are lying, gathering dust in our respective offices. Sometimes even spaces to download them like we are doing here are lacking. I think me and Evelyn recently said we need some of these debates within university systems. We need these debates where these young people are. We need the Gen Zs to also pick it up. We need different people to pick it up so that it becomes a reality. Because what I've also realized, it only becomes part of policy when there's pressure. And in the absence of pressure, I can tell you for free, everybody is very comfortable in our comfortable zones. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. Okay, so back to my panel. But on the screen, I think I have a connection lost. Okay. I think the internet is off. But I don't know what's presenting on yours. So we have your email addresses, so I'll skip that slide. But I'll go to the last one. So as they're giving their closing remarks, also give me one bold... Yeah, thank you. So what's one bold action you think we should take immediately? So not 3 months, not in the next government, not in immediately. One bold step that we think we should take immediately to bridge some of these evidence gaps I think we've had from everyone. So feel free to chat. It will pop up as we go around the panel for just your last comment. What's your punchline in terms of what do you want to push out, your call to action? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, let me just mention one thing about the aging population. I think one invisibility I've seen is, I think the DHIS still now reports up to age 49. And if we are pushing also for us who are, I think I'm also going there, who are in that age group. Then we have also to be in the DHS. If we are missing there, then we will not be accounted for. So I think my maybe it's not a punchline. I'm ending on a hopeful note and drawing on the strength of the Gen Zs that pressure can work. And I think as in this room, we know what needs to be done. Right now, we are going to face a funding crisis, and the communities we've been caring for will suffer. I'm sure we can do something. Either it is writing about it, calling to motion, but we have to apply the pressure. We cannot be quiet. I think that's the injustice that we are going to do to the communities that we've been working with. Thank you.
Thank you, Aurelia. So pressure, 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 extra pressure.
Thank you very much. You can understand where I'm coming from with so many priorities. Sexual and reproductive health of the older person seems like something to pack on the side. But I would want to end by saying that the aging population is growing, so we cannot wish these people away. They are, in terms of their contribution to socio-economic and development of our communities, it's important to invest in their health. And it is not rocket science what is really required in terms of making sure that the old people still remain productive and healthy, in terms of making sure that we reverse some of the chronic illnesses which result from the hormones going down and both men and women. So it is possible to actually increase their productivity and their health status by actually concentrating on reversing some of the natural things happening to them. So my punchline is, it may not look very high up in the agenda, but it is a population and a community we should not ignore.
Thank you, because we are all headed there. So make it comfortable for you, if not for them.
Thank you very much. I'll say 5 things. The first one, which is what has been said, but I'll say it differently, is each time I speak to people in the sexual reproductive health movement and also those engaging in minority rights issues, we must always be on the offensive. Offense is the best way of defense. Never wait to soak up. If it's in legislation, if it's policy issues, you go ye forward with pro-SRH policy. Don't wait and deal with the anti-rights ones. Be on the offensive. That's the first one. You know, when you're on the offense, they'll be worried what you know, what are they up to, who is behind them, even if there's no one behind you. So just always be on the offensive. That's number one. But the second thing is the budget issues, and I think she's spoken about it. Right now, the government has just released the budget policy statement. If you see how much money they've given to internal security, money they're going to steal, it's 633 billion. What have they given to public health? 7.5 billion. It shows you already that if at all you're sitting in this room, you want to complain next year, the time to complain is now. The budget policy statement tells you where the government is moving with its funding. So why do you want to sit here, come back 1 year and say, there's no money? Make noise now with regard to the budget policy statement. The third thing I'd like to say is we must image the work of the county governments. Article 43 rights, right to health is a county issue. To the extent that you leave our governors to be flying all over the place, not very bothered, I think it's an abdication of our roles. We must make demands. The CSOs working at the county level must always make demands at that level to make sure that the county governments function and do the correct things that they're supposed to do. The fourth thing, which is an important one, most people always ignore. If you're going to be in this space for many years like me and her, we've been, we must be interested in the leadership that we elect in the country. You can wish it away. You can wish it away, but I tell you as a politician, I tell you as a human rights practitioner, I tell you as someone in the development space, the leader we elect in 2027 matters to sexual reproductive health. You might, you know, in civilized polities, you'll be looking at the ideology of the manifesto of that particular political party. But in this primitive part of the world, we look at a person from our tribe. But that person from your tribe affects your rights. They affect the rights of your children. So 2027 is a destiny for sexual reproductive health. You must make sure that sexual reproductive health is on the ballot. Lastly, is you must always look for who is your champion. who is the champion for sexual reproductive health. If at all you're going to be in the legislative space, the people, like if at all they were to move your legislation or your policy, it's a non-starter from the word go, just because of who they are. So do not just wake up, but now you have a member of parliament who's a champion or an MC who's a champion. There's some, you give them your legislation, even before they know what is inside, they say this is a bad law or this is a bad policy. So be careful in terms of who becomes your policy champion. Thank you.
Thank you, Neto. Yeah, over to you, Lucy.
Okay, mine is a challenge to the advocates in the room. So far, our law and policy reform agenda has been somewhat incoherent, and perhaps it's time for us to undertake an assessment. So this is to ICRW and researchers in the room. Perhaps we need to undertake an assessment of the inconsistencies in law and policy so that we have a coherent legal and policy advocacy reform agenda. And part of that, why I'm saying that, look at the Children's Act that comes into play, was reformed in 2022, but puts away, consent to services. So it looks like, I don't know, I don't think Srhr actors were part of that reform process. And then secondly is just to remember that adolescents are the greater percentage of our population. So our effort, our law reform effort, I think should be focused significantly on this group. And we need to accelerate the actions of the NCAJ insofar as reforming consent to sex. It's long overdue. Even we were doing that in 2019. We are in 20, surely, 6 years later. I think it's time for them, to pass that. But connected to that is what everyone on the panel has said about the role of the Gen Zs, the younger generation. I think if we implement agency building programs targeting these groups, they can actually achieve the change that we've been fighting for the last 20 years or so. And then one last one, Amakove, is just tax justice. How, for those who are on pay slips, like me, I look at my pay slip every month and I feel like crying because I pay taxes to this government. I don't want to be political, please. I'm not being political. I'm just saying we pay taxes, but those taxes we don't benefit from those taxes. I don't go to a public health hospital, not because I don't want to, but I don't want to be frustrated. And many of us, it's the same for us. So maybe we need to integrate aspects of tax justice programming in our work as we push for this domestic financing. There's no, this story of 2 billion shillings being stolen every day. I mean, we should be outraged. I don't know, I am outraged. So that was my mood in the morning. Or my mood now.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's very, very relevant. Very, very relevant, yeah.
Okay, for me, I have 3 things. The first one is a challenge, and that's what the professor has just talked about. In terms of all of us, if you are going to do any study or to generate any evidence, please, if you don't have a plan to implement some of the recommendations, please don't do. Because most of these are done and they are put on the shelves. So let's try to ensure that as much as we are generating evidence, we can at least take 2 to 3 recommendations to implement or follow up with somebody to implement. The second one is on the policies, legislations, and strategies. Kenya is known to be the best country, having developed the best strategies, policies, legislations. Also, if you cannot follow the implementations, please don't support. Because now every year, after every 3 years, after every 5 years, we will be doing new policies, new legislations. Yet the other one we did 3 years ago, it has never been implemented. Nobody has done even a midterm evaluation to see how has it been, what impact has it made in programming. And the last one is in terms of engagement, especially on the marginalized groups. Please let's not assume we know their needs. When we are programming, let's engage them, let's involve them so that at least we are able to have a very sensitive program to their needs and not assume that we know their needs. And the last one is just to have a multi-sectorial approach. One way approach cannot be able to save this situation. For example, the issue of adolescent, you find that a number of people are engaging the Minister of Education. They are forgetting that they are the legislators here. There is the Minister of Health. There is the Minister of Gender. So let's ensure that we really have a sectorial approach.
Thank you so much, Charity. Let's clap for our very able panel. Before they sit, I think these are my conclusions from what they've spoken and what the audience also has brought out. One is investing time and effort to understand the legislative processes. So I think Neto has really given us a good brief into what exactly goes in. You have to play politics. We cannot avoid that. Number two, adopt disruptive approaches to policy engagement. So we are able to mobilize support for inclusive SRHR. I think Pussy Power gave us an example of football tournaments. Have you guys ever attended any? Yeah, where as an approach to SRHR. And then we have aligned the laws with the Constitution to enhance access to SRHR, to include all these conflicting spaces and neglected groups. Number four, adopt collaborative evidence-based advocacy action. So she has mentioned, Charity has mentioned the multi-sectoral approach. You can't do it alone as the sector that you're working in. Support the amendment of the Sexual Offences Act. I think that's one very clear low-hanging fruit. And Lucy, if you're able to share that, if not, you go to Kenya Law Reforms, you'll see the amendment there. So let's get into that bandwagon of supporting efforts by the people who are pushing for progressive clauses, especially touching on adolescent consensual sex. And then lobby the government to integrate SRHR in the Women Economic Empowerment Strategy. So remember, economic empowerment is not about money in the pockets, but a very holistic approach towards giving independence and autonomy to women. The seventh one is engaging government to prioritize domestic financing of FP commodities. I think we had the case by PS Kenya, which has sadly been affected by the US government issue, but I think we have a lot of programs and policies around domestic resource mobilization. The eighth one is SRHR is not a women's only issue. Men allyship is critical to dismantling barriers. So we need to know that SRHR is both men and women. Number 9, normalize women in leadership. And I usually tell my friends who are women, don't wait to get invited. Take yourself and take a chair, because there'll definitely not be a chair for you. Carry your own chair and create that space. And last but not least, get a seat at the table in government to influence policy and decision making. Neto, are we going back to Parliament? Am I going back to Parliament? Are we volunteering ourselves to go and serve in those spaces? Someone has to step in. If we don't, someone else will. So thank you so much, guys. It's been very lovely. I think we can do a group photo and then I release the panel. There's no one who wants to take me a photo. And then I'll invite Evelyn to come and do the closing remarks, and we'll be free to go for or interact further. So Evelyn, karibu sana.
Thank you. A round of applause for all of your good selves. I think we've had a very good conversation. I'm sorry we didn't have time for everybody who may have wanted to speak, but I want to believe that we have all learned. I have learned. I feel I should go and learn more about anatomy. I am now wondering whether I am pre, whatever it is. I will probably see you. But I just want to appreciate everybody who made it. I want to appreciate Dr. Amukover for the good facilitation. I want to appreciate all the presenters, Professor Kehara, Dr. Kibaru, Charity, Aurelia, Lucy, Neto. The intention, and my own colleague, Chima, the intention was to bring a very intersectional lens. I hope we have succeeded. The recommendations have been read by Dr. Mukover. There are a number of things that are coming out of this. And I hope that we are all committed to carrying this forward. There are a number of areas that will need research. We have a number of partners in the room. We have APHRC. We have people who are interested in research. We are, as ICW, we will be interested in partnering with a lot of you who are interested in carrying this forward. And we also have my good friend there, Dr. Miriam, who is interested in menopause. In fact, I am living here very convinced, and you mentioned this, that we might need I don't know, you call it a menopausal conference. I really want to believe that we need that, because a lot of us are in Srhr space, but we don't even understand this thing. We must unpack it at many levels. And oh yeah, we will bring Professor Lunga and everyone. We have to understand how this thing is affecting you and how we must support you. Ken, you must be there. Yes, we are committed. And in fact, we need to make this a national conversation. So in terms of carrying this forward, I think there are issues that we've identified that needs further unpacking. So whether it's policy briefs, digital content, infographics. As ICW, we are committed to carrying some of this, but we also hope that a number of the other organizations can also carry this forward. We are continuing to have strategic conversations. We will be creating more spaces for strategic conversations on some of these issues, and we will again be inviting you and calling upon all of you to speak. Other than that, I really want to thank you profusely. It's been a half day of your time, and we don't take it for granted. Thank you for showing up. Thank you, President-elect, for honoring us with your presence. And I have to mention Women Left Health, Alima, all the donors who are here, who have stayed with us throughout. We hope that you also will see sense in funding these very critical issues that have been raised. Finally, I cannot leave without giving a shout out to our board who are here. Mete, our board chair, is here. Helen is here, and Gwen was here. Thank you for all the support that you give us. Our partners, IPAS, and everybody, thank you so much. My colleagues who made this possible, you have worked hard and you have delivered. And the hotel, thank you. Have a lovely lunch is on the house. Thank you, and thank you.